This is a meeting of the Development Control Committee, and it's 6:30. We'll start the meeting. Just to explain to members of the public who are here, who may not have been here before, I chair the meeting. This is my deputy chairman on my right. Members of the committee sit at either side of the table, and they'll be the people who will discuss the applications and make decisions this evening. And around this corner and here we have officers of the council who are here to present the applications, present their reports and give us their expert advice on various aspects of the various matters we're considering. I'll discuss the process for hearing public speakers and how we deal with each application when we get to, in a moment hopefully, to the first application. I'm required to tell you that we are not expecting a fire. So if you hear something that sounds vaguely like a fire alarm, it might well mean there's a fire. And what we do is we leave through the various signed exits. But if you've signed in so that we know you're here, please don't rush away, because that will cause people to search the entire building looking for you. If you're signed in, if you'd gather just outside the building at the edge of the Memorial Park just while we take the roll. Hasn't happened yet, but there's always a first for these things. Before we go on to the rest of the main proceedings of the meeting, I'm here to advise you that the meeting is being webcast. If you come forward to speak, you will be captured on the webcast for posterity. To receive apologies for absence, any apologies? David.
From Councillor George Hood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any substitutions, resignations, replacements? I think we are otherwise all normal members. Strange expression. You know, so you said, I think. Any declarations of interest? Yeah. Councillor Lee.
I'd like to declare an interest on item number 6, Knights Lane. I don't think I've got any financial interest, but a very good close friend lives opposite, and I've enjoyed their company on many occasions.
Thank you. Any other declarations of interest? Thank you. There are no urgent items or announcements. The next thing is to approve the minutes of the previous meeting. Any issues on the minutes? Otherwise, do you have your agreement to sign the minutes? And I'm told I've now got to initial every page, they say, but I'm not going to do it now and hold the meeting up, but you'll have to stop me before I leave to do that later. And what are we on, the 15th, is it? Thanks, Mike. You will remind me to do that. There are no referrals from other committees or from the council. There are no issues referred by the cabinet. We therefore move on to applications for planning permission, and the way we handle this is that I will ask public speakers to come forward in a particular order. I'll explain that as we get to it. We will then, while you're sitting there, we'll ask the first speaker sitting there will ask the officers to present the report and any comments from the update paper. Those who haven't seen it, it may have run out because there's a lot of people, but there is an update paper which only comes out on this afternoon, so you won't have seen it on the online, but there were some copies sitting there. Officers will present their report on the application, and then I will invite the first speaker to speak. You have 4 minutes to speak. If there are 2 people objecting to the application, you have 4 minutes between you. And then we will hear from the applicant or the applicant's representative or any supporter. And again, if there's more than one person, they have 4 minutes between them, not each, on each item. And then we hear from the parish council, if the parish council is represented, and then from the ward member, if the ward member has registered to speak and wishes to speak to us. Only on one thing, I think, we have the ward member doing that this evening. So we'll call for the first application, which is application by Queen Mary's College. I have Miss Timke and Mr. Williams down to speak. If you're here, if you would come forward to the table. Okay, when it's just the one of you, is it? Right, that's fine, no problem. If you just sit there, when it's your turn to speak, you'll find there's a big wide black button at the front of the box with the microphone. Okay, you press that to speak and then press it again when you've finished. And I'll remind you when you've taken 3 minutes, you have 1 minute left. Officers, please present the paper.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application, an outline application for 6 houses with access only for consideration. If I can bring your attention to the update paper, there's 4 further letters of objections received following the receipt of additional information and amended plans, and the comments that people have raised have been outlined on there, mainly relating to the parking survey. In response to that, there's the officer's comments and some further information on student numbers, the level of parking that's there at the moment, and predicted levels of parking, student numbers and staff numbers. The legal agreement has been signed for this one, so the officer's recommendation is for approval subject to the conditions at the end of the report.
If you'd like to speak, you have 4 minutes.
Good evening. There are 4 main concerns that I kindly ask you to consider. Number 1, housing mix. The proposal is for 6 3-storey, 4-bedroom houses forming a single terrace, in stark contrast to the predominantly large, detached or semi-detached houses elsewhere along Cliddeston Road. Number 2, loss of trees. Many mature trees have been lost due to previous developments undertaken by the applicant. Both past and present applications have had and will continue to have a significant impact on the street scene, which consists of many locally listed houses. My last 2 points relate to inaccurate or incomplete information. Number 3, parking concerns. Both the applicant and the planning inspector report describe the proposal as providing a net gain in car parking spaces for Queen Mary's College. They describe that whilst 44 spaces are lost in the Central Studio car park, that these will be replaced by 48 spaces to the north. However, what this does not take into account is that according to the applicant's own car park plan dated July 2010, which I do have a copy of here, there were 15 spaces in the same area as the provision for 48. So rather than there being an overall net gain, there is in fact an overall net loss of 11% of student car parking as well as that used by Central Studio. Number 4, pedestrian access. The applicant's submitted proposal ignores requirements from Basingstoke and Deane Borough Council, which states that the new access surface should be 3.5 metres wide and that swept path analysis be provided for both refuge and large delivery vehicles. In contrast, the applicant's proposal is for a 2.5 metre access surface and only provides swept path analysis for refuge vehicles, ignoring the requirement for large articulated lorries which are commonplace on Cliddeston Road, accessing the QMC service road. These oversights pose a significant safety issue to the pedestrians, with vehicles oversailing the access surface and fail to take into account any loss of trees currently screening Cliddeston Road from the ring road. At this time, I'd ask you to consider refusing the application as it contains inaccuracies and fails to address the essential need for safe and improved infrastructure. Finally, I'd welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you for keeping well within your time, which is admirable. Members have any questions for the objector? No, thank you very much. We then have in support Mr. Penfold and Mr. Sheedy. And if you press the large black button when you speak, you have 4 minutes between you. Thank you.
Good evening. The proposal for housing on this site has been through a number of iterations. It started off as an application for 13 units in a mix of 3-storey townhouses and 2-bed flats. Following a prolonged period of consultation that involved the withdrawal and resubmission of the proposals and further extensive alterations in response to consultations with the officers, the current proposal for the site is for a stepped terrace of 6 3-storey townhouses. Throughout this process, the college has worked closely with the local authority officers whilst making sure that in accordance with the requirements of the funding authority, they could achieve best value from the eventual disposal of the land. Advice was sought from local land agents with regard to the potential land values for the various options, and it was clear that any proposal that contained flats would not produce the best value for the site due to the over-provision of flatted development in the area. The report produced by the officers clearly supports the flexibility in the housing supplementary planning document for this site. Capital funding in the sixth form sector has in effect collapsed following the debacle with the Learning Skills Council capital grant scheme in 2008 and 9. Up to that time, the college was proceeding with a well-planned programme of renewal at the college that had been permitted under the outline application BDB 66582, and that would have funded almost entirely by the LSC. That project was predicated on growth in student numbers at the college, which due to a number of factors will not be achieved, with current student numbers actually lower than recent years. The remaining capital funding comprises small annual tranches of grant for the improvement of building fabric, which has been available over the past 3 years. QMC has received money from these annual grants has enabled them to tackle some of the buildings that are in the poorest condition, and includes the opportunity to build a new music block to replace very poor accommodation currently provided for this subject area. The annual grant not being sufficient to tackle all the accommodation requirements at the college. The aim of the college is to undertake work that secures a further 10 years of life from buildings on the campus that have not been replaced as part of the recent development strategies. Receipts from the disposal of assets have to be used for capital projects. As part of the planning process for the redevelopment of the college, which predicted a much larger population of the college was required to develop and significantly invest in a robust travel plan. The effect of this has been to allow sustainable, available and often subsidised travel to the college, which includes the provision for students and staff to use private cars if their need qualifies and there is no alternative means of transport to college, and there is sufficient parking at the college for them and the community users. The parking survey undertaken for this application demonstrates that there is parking capacity at the college at the time of year of most demand for the use of private cars. The proposal, with already permitted areas of parking currently being built, will not result in any reduction in parking capacity. It actually shows an increase.
You have 1 minute.
The college has a process to deal with problems with parking by students in the locality which is more effective if any aggrieved resident reports the problems to the college management. Students who park legally and considerately have the same rights as anyone else on the public highway, but the college maintains sufficient parking capacity on site for students who qualify for parking permits and for whom there are no alternative means of transport.
Very briefly, this application is for an institution that is not profit-making. We're there to serve the interests of young people of Basingstoke and Dean. The vast majority of our students come from the borough, and we know that buildings make a difference. This is not about growth, it's about improving the quality of existing accommodation. But I've got to get this in. We just built a science block and it's had an amazing impact on the number of youngsters who are going off to medical school. And this year we got 2 students into Cambridge to read veterinary science. I think you should know that.
Stay there for a minute. If you could just press your big black button again. And thank you again for being exactly on 4 minutes. The dress rehearsal obviously paid off. Members, do you have any questions for the applicant? Councillor? Yeah? Paul?
Councillor Brown. Good evening. I was reading the report and trying to assimilate it. I noticed that your prediction of the number of students only goes up to 2016. Now, if this development is built, and there's probably discussion could be made about whether you're going to win or lose parking spaces, surely you've got to take a longer term view beyond 2016, because the development would probably only be coming to a conclusion in 2016. And colleges such as yourself have to take longer term views. Now, it could be argued that you've taken these various decisions because of a possible blip in population of demand for your college, which is a very valuable contribution to Basingstoke. I accept all that, no problem. But isn't 2016 probably too short a term to evaluate how many potential students you're likely to be getting? I would suggest it's going to increase.
It's almost certainly the case that about 8, 9 or 10 years from now, the student population will increase, given the demographics in the primary schools at the moment. It's so hard to make a judgment on this. I mean, when we first put together the 10-year plan, we thought that we would be hitting around 2,700, 2,800 students by 2016. But in the last few years, it's plateaued and dropped last year. And some of that is to do with increase in university fees, the sense that young men in particular are being persuaded to take apprenticeships and going into vocational programs. And we don't do a lot of occupationally specific stuff. In fact, we do nothing. We do vocational programs, but not the occupationally specific stuff. So it is hard to say. I think we are likely to flatten for the next 4 or 5 years, with maybe some growth that will take us back to the position we were in 2 years ago. So there's no particular reason to revise those projections for this application.
Councillor Bound?
Just briefly, the objector mentioned a reduction in parking of 11, I think he said 11%, but he might have meant 11 parking spaces. Could you comment on that in relation to the parking survey that he said was done 2010, I think it was?
Well, there's two things. When the outline application was made in 2006, that was based on the population in 2016 of 2,750. It was based on that premise, and the Green Travel Plan was based on that. As Stephen has said, since then the numbers have not reached that. The number of spaces on the college site have been and are well documented on our documents, particularly, and the number of spaces that are there at the moment, and the number of spaces that will be there when the if this development were developed and the further car parking that's being built at the moment is complete, will be about 6 spaces more than there are available at the moment. The other thing that comes out of this is actually there were 6 spaces allocated to Proteus Theatre Company who were on the site until a few weeks ago, and so we actually gain those back because they're no longer on the site.
As spaces for students.
Councillor Tomlin?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. You touched on, actually, you mentioned the words Green Travel Plan. That's really what I was going to just ask you to share with us. And again, I understand, could you correct me, and I think it's important that members know that you are encouraging students to share cars. And is that partly a prerequisite for a permit? Or can you just allude on it a little bit? Thank you.
It's one of the criteria that we use when students make application for permit. What is really interesting is that over the last couple of years, the number of students parking on site has diminished, and I have to say that the number of concerns that have been raised from neighbours has also dropped off. I mean, direct expressions of concern to me. That's almost certainly because young people can't afford to drive quite as easily as they could prior to the recession, and I accept that. You have to plan much longer term than that, but certainly what we're finding with the travel plan is that the criteria we put in place for assessing whether or not students can have permits to the site appear to be working. And I am conscious that parking around in the neighbouring streets for people who don't get a permit is an irritant. But when people get in touch with me, I do what I can to, etc.
I had one question which was really supplementary to my Deputy Chairman. What would you say is the student capacity of the college in its present construction, as it were, as opposed to the plans that we were looking forward to in the past?
If we broke the day into 2 parts, and taught from 8 o'clock till 2, and then from 12 till, or indeed 2 till 6 or 12 to till 4, it's probably limitless. But of course, Basingstoke has only a limited population in this age group. My guess is that across the next 10-year period, it's very unlikely that the 16 to 19 population of the college would exceed 2,800, and we're currently working at 2,300. Most of that growth would come from developments in the town, so there's actually no necessity for those students to drive into college. I mean, I don't know if it's any interest to you, but we put a cap on the payment, the subsidy that we make the payment the students have to make for bus transport of £199. So we are subsidising, to some degree actually, the encouragement of young people from anywhere beyond 3 miles of the, or actually within Basingstoke itself as well, to travel by public transport into the town.
Thank you. And if you go back to the seats behind you, if you would. Members, we don't have a ward councillor speaking, as far as I'm aware. Questions to the officers? Yep.
I believe from what I read and understand from the report, that the types of buildings that are going to be constructed are these modern 3-story townhouses. Is that correct? That we see in other developments?
Thank you. Basically, this is an outline application. All that we have before us for consideration is actually the access in any detail. The plans which have been submitted are illustrative, purely to show how you could accommodate 6 units on there. So at the moment, it's 6 houses running in a diagonal fashion down, with garage in, and they've indicated a maximum height of 9.3 metres. There's no indication of what style of house they are because it's only an outline application, so there's no indication of whether they would be modern, traditional or otherwise.
The reason I ask is the objector made the point, and we've seen enough of it around Basingstoke where these 3-story houses just do not fit into some of the street scenes. And I would concur with the comment that he made that Cliddeston Road has got some very nice old-fashioned, I don't know what era they are, probably Edwardian houses, and these modern 3-story blocks would be totally out of character. That was my observation. I understand about outline planning applications. It's to do with access and the principle of the development. And it's master planning, lovely word, that would go down to the fine detail of design. Question, would that master planning and the design come back to this committee?
That would depend on the amount of objections that were received.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I just get an officer comment to clarify under reasons for approval number 3, where there's reference to adequate parking being provided to serve the proposed development and to offset the displaced parking within the college campus. I mean, I've heard a couple of things, obviously, in the preamble, which confused me a little. I just wanted to be absolutely clear what the officers are saying about the provision of parking relating to this development, please.
It's basically we're satisfied that the parking that will be lost from the front portion of the car park that's there at the moment will be re-provided elsewhere on the site to meet the projected student numbers in the future, so that we have no concerns that there will be a lack of parking on the site according to their figures. So yes, the picture you've got there is looking out towards Cliddeston Road with the new flats that have been put in there. So the bottom half of that would be lost, but there's other parking elsewhere on the site which would accommodate the student parking.
It's something Councillor Miller just said. Could we not condition it that we'd like it to come back here? Because I am a bit concerned about what Councillor Miller said about the height, etc., etc. So could it not be a condition that it came back here?
It wouldn't be a condition. It's something that I could put a notice. It wouldn't be a planning condition per se. It could be something that I could put a notice on the file that when we get a reserve matter application in, that it will be not a delegated matter, that it comes to committee. Yep.
Can I? Okay. I was just going to say, should we? All sizes them. I was just going to say that I would like that to go on if we decide that it does get outline planning permission. That we do, it does come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could officers tell me, and I'm not sure if it's clear in the report, how many actual parking spaces each house is going to have allocated on site? Are they to have integral garages and parking space on the drive? Is there parking in the road? Because my experience of townhouses is they've got such short fronts, narrow frontages, that they can create real parking spaces when they have a problem when they have visitors.
The problem is because these are illustrative plans, I can't tell you whether they, I mean, looking at the plans that are submitted there, but bearing in mind they may not be what ends up being built on site. They're integral garages with a parking space to the front as well. Equally, it's for 6 houses, but it's not indicating in terms of the number of bedrooms in each house either, and obviously parking's linked to those. When a reserve matter application comes in, we obviously then have the opportunity to make sure that the parking requirement is met by the houses that are then being proposed at that point in time. They have to meet our standards. So if, depending on what site, the number of bedrooms in there will depend on the number of parking spaces that go in.
So if they're 3-bedroomed houses and they've got one integral garage and one space on a drive, they could convert their integral garages, which they nearly all do, into a room, and therefore they've only got one space and they'll be spilling out onto the road.
But that's where we use planning conditions to restrict them being able to convert their garages into living accommodation without requiring a planning permission first. So we gain a control that way.
Of course, much of this is a matter for detailed planning application. There are no more questions. Anybody wish to speak to the application? Terry?
Thank you, Chair. I share the concerns about the potential design of the buildings and it being out of character with the area of Clidston Road. Also with even if there are planning conditions to make sure the garage isn't converted, if we're talking about one space and one small garage space, it still doesn't accommodate visitor parking. And as someone who spent a fair amount of time recently waiting in Clidston Road for various offspring from the college, I'm aware of the parking problems that are already there in the area, the pressure on parking all around the area because of the college and the pressure on residents. So I think we should be aware that we're not just talking about a problem with parking within the college, but in the whole area outside.
Clarify with officers, please, before I ask anyone to speak. If outline approval is given to this, does that outline approval then set a rule that says 6 dwellings can be built? Or might that be 4 dwellings or whatever when officers consider pre-application consultation and when there's pre-application consultation with the community? I mean, are we actually? I don't think we're agreeing to 6 terrace. I don't think they're shown as terraced houses, but if that was 6 terraced houses, is that what we're agreeing to, or are we simply saying no? You could get up to 6 houses on the site. Just be clear exactly what it is members are asked to agree to.
Right, the application is actually for the erection of 6 houses. It doesn't say that they're terraced houses, that they're semis or anything. So there's scope there depending on whoever secures the site and depending on what they want to build on there. The application is quite specific. It does say 6 houses. If someone came in and they wanted to do 4, then I would say that's not covered by this outline permission. They would have to then really be starting again. But obviously then the principle of development will already have been accepted. So yes, it may be that depending on whatever the developer poses on there, that we're turning around and saying no, 6 physically do not fit on there because of the size of what you're trying to put on there is too large.
Councillor Bound.
Yeah, it's just perhaps a slight mitigating factor here. Perhaps the pressure on the parking will be at times when the students actually aren't on campus. Pressure will be when perhaps people come home from work when the students have actually gone home. and for a lot of the time they're not even there, they're on holiday.
Any further speakers on this? Somebody like to move something? We've all gone very quiet here. If you don't, I shall move approval from the chair. Seconded by Councillor Bound. Those in favour of approval? Indeed, that's already noted, yes, that there's a note on the file saying that the committee wishes to see the planning application. That's approved. Officers, confirm, please.
The outline application for 6 dwellings at Cliddeston Road is approved, subject to the conditions at the end of the update paper, of the committee report.
And
And
the
that
committee
we're
wishes
put
to see whatever planning application
That's
emerges.
correct, yes.
Thank you. Before our speakers go, I would just like, probably entirely out of order, but we now put that application to bed, say on my personal behalf, and I hope on behalf of the council and other members, given that it is probably his last appearance here, how much I personally appreciate Mr. Eadie's contribution to the education business in Basingstoke, and over many years his contributions to our strategic planning, which is often difficult to get people to engage with. And I hope the council and other members are very appreciative of that. Thank you, sir. We have speakers on item 2. I only have a speaker in support, Mrs. Nugent. Does anybody think they've come to oppose the application? No? Mrs. Nugent, if you'd like to come forward, please. And before you say anything to us, we're going to officers to present their report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for the erection of a replacement dwelling at Forest View Farm in Monk Sherborne. Members viewed the site on Friday and the notes of the viewing panel are there. Members will note that an additional bat survey was submitted on Monday. Having considered that, the biodiversity officer has noted that it isn't acceptable. There are further survey works that would be required, so the recommendation remains for refusal as per the third reason. There's further public observations that have been received, and they're summarised in the update paper. And members also noted the recent approval at Skerrylands adjacent to this site, and we were asked to put the plans of that approval in the update, so they're included behind page number 6. There's no further update. The recommendation remains for refusal as set out in the main report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mrs. Nugent, and you have 4 minutes.
I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the committee for taking the time to visit us last week and also discussing our application this evening. Due to time constraints, many things will obviously be left unsaid. I'll therefore concentrate on the salient 3 points being the reasons for refusal, but we'll also start with a couple of personal reasons for our application to build our family home. There are a number of personal reasons for siting the house forward of the existing one. To give us a large back garden behind the house to enable our 11-year-old son to be able to enjoy playing outside, football and cricket. Our concerns with the front garden, balls going over the hedge into the road, obviously injuring someone. Also the associated risks with children going onto the road to retrieve balls, etc. If the house is built as requested, we can have a safe and secure back garden, thereby reducing any health and safety risks. With the approval of the Skerrylands development, by moving our house forward, it may reduce the impact of that build. We intend to knock down the front part of the existing house, living in the rear part during the build. Our 11-year-old son starts senior school in September, and this would lessen the disruption caused to his schooling. Thus, if we could build the house forward, we can live in the back part of the existing home rather than seeking alternative accommodation. Okay, the 3 reasons for refusal. An ecological walkover survey was completed in October of last year, attention being paid to record the presence of any bats. In that survey, it was stated that further surveys would be required. At least one of these surveys can only take place between the 1st of May and August, and during suitable weather which needs to be dry and warm. This will be completed in this period, and obviously prior to work being undertaken. Thus, this is not a reason to refuse this application. The proposed house has been based on existing properties in the village, including an old barn. Thus, it cannot be out of character with a street scene, unless she's saying that our immediate neighbours' houses are not in keeping with the character of the village. The neighbouring properties are indeed a mix of styles. Also, it cannot be contrary to guidance which seeks to ensure that replacement dwellings are sympathetic to the rural character and quality of the area if it is based on properties in the village. Its overall siting on the plot is approximately 26 metres from the middle of the road, with neighbouring properties being roughly 26 metres, 24 metres, 14 metres and 12.5 metres, and so ours will be one of the furthest set back. Thus, it cannot be failing to respond to the local context of building in the immediate locality. What hasn't been mentioned is that although we are proposing a two-storey home, by bringing the house forward, it will be built on lower ground than the existing house due to the slope of the land. As a result of this, the ridge will only be 2.4 metres higher than the existing bungalow. It should also be noted that the maximum depth for the house is only for a section of the house and not its whole width. Another piece of information that's failed to be mentioned is that if we build the proposed house, we intend to demolish over 315 square metres approximately of redundant and unsightly buildings. Much of this will become a grassed area for outdoor play. Thus, this application cannot be to the detriment of the surrounding countryside, as we are improving it. We don't believe that the house would detract from the character of the area. The current house is old, it's worn, it's certainly not pleasing to the eye. The replacement will be built in similar style to other houses in the village. Thus, it should improve the look of the area and not detract from the rural character of the setting. It should be noted that if standing in the road in front of the new house, there's a 3-foot bank, a 5-foot hedge and 2 mature trees of approximately 30 feet in height. There's also 2 hedges between our house and Wantage Cottage. There's a gap in part of that hedge and 2 semi-mature trees have been planted. We have letters from all 3 of our immediate neighbours, which you should have copies of, supporting our application for various reasons. Carol Pope from Wantage Cottage is here with me tonight, and in the letter from her and her mum they say, as someone who has an interest in conservation, I'm particularly interested in anything that could impact negatively on our village, and I must say that I don't believe that Ted and Lindsay's new house will have a negative impact on the heritage of the village, the Monk Sherborne Conservation Area or Wantage Cottage itself, and look forward to seeing it completed. Thank you.
A brilliant piece of timing. You may well have achieved a new all-time record on the number of words per 4 minutes.
For 4 minutes.
If you stay there for a moment and just press your big black button again, just a bit more firmly. That's it. Councillor Frankham.
Yes, you said about it being built on a slope. I seem to remember that on the site visit, you said it would be cut in, which means it would be down. So it's going to be cut, and it's not sort of built on this. It'll be cut down, bringing the ridge site down. Right. Thank you.
Comments, discussion? It's all gone very quiet. Yes. Marilyn and then Terry.
Can I speak on behalf of the local member, if I may? He's left me a script, put it that way. This application is recommended for refusal, but as members will have seen, the facts are somewhat different from the officer's given reasons. I would argue that neither the siting, scale, bulk, nor height would be unduly prominent, nor out of character with the existing street scene, and thus not to the detriment of the character and the appearance of the surrounding countryside. The proposed house would be well back on the site and behind the general building line along Salters Heath Road. Hopefully you will be able to see that the height is not significantly different from the existing bungalow as a result of bringing the house slightly down the slope. In the context of other properties along the road, including the listed Wantage Cottage, but also the recently approved house on the adjacent Skerryland site, I would argue that the bulk is not excessive. I do not believe that the proposed house would detract from the verdant rural character of the setting of the adjacent listed building, Wantage Cottage, and conservation area. End of quote. The existing property has no architectural merit, and the proposed house is designed to replicate the local vernacular. The site is somewhat distant from the conservation area anyway, and no such concern seems to have been raised about the recently approved substantially larger house on the adjacent site, Skerrylands. It should also be noted that a significant extension was approved within the past 3 years for the house Claygate, further along Salters Heath Road. As members will have seen, the site currently includes a substantial area of old and dilapidated buildings. The bulk of these will be removed and the most westerly will be refurbished. This will clearly improve the site and be to the benefit of the character and appearance of the surrounding countryside. Overall, I believe the proposed development is a positive enhancement for the area, which I hope you agree.
Thank you, Chair. Personally, I was minded to support the officer's report. I did feel that there was a very interesting street scene there in terms of the way that the properties are interacting and spaced with each other. And bringing a new, larger property that much forward will compete, I think, with the listed neighbouring buildings. So at this stage, I say I am minded to support the officers in the report.
Yeah, just briefly, I mean, I think my problem is the bringing forward of the house. I can see if you go back to the diagram where it shows the position of the house on the land, that if you take it back, it comes back to a position where the land actually starts to narrow and bend. So I think that's probably why it's been brought forward, and to also to accommodate the sort of fairly wide frontal view of it. So I'm inclined also to support the officers on this. If the house had been a little less in terms of size, I think I would have gone along with it, but not at the moment.
I take a slightly different view. I think this is, to my mind, from my perspective, the importance of a viewing panel and going along and actually seeing the ground. The front limitation, the building line on the front of the proposed dwelling was laid out for us. And I think we've got to go back to context. We can see these drawings, and I think we've said this many times on this committee, that once you get on the ground, it's a different picture. Also, if we're talking about bulk, it is mentioned in the officer's report and in the update that the current planning permission given for a house next door is even bigger, albeit it's set slightly further back. Also, we heard from the applicant that the distance from the centre of the road varies along this particular road itself. You know, it's not consistent, and you wouldn't expect it to be consistent in a village of I have no idea how old the village is. It's got to be 300 years old, because it changes over the years. The interesting point about the BAT survey, I'm not going to get into a discussion between officers and the applicant, but if there is a limitation about delivering a BAT survey in a certain times of year, then it makes me think, you know, let's be patient, let's do it properly, because when you start doing BAT surveys, you've got to be very careful about the bats themselves that are protected. You know, for an instant, we can't do it because they won't go BAT survey. Well, you make it a condition, and then during the next 3 months or so, deliver the BAT survey, if that's what's necessary. No, looking at the presentation of where the house would be, and certainly looking at the improvement it would make to the site, I would be minded to not support the officer's motion, but I would vote for that, and I will move for approval.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify the matter. Yes, I'm going to Councillor Round next, and then Councillor Frankham. Just to clarify the matter of the BAT survey, if members support the officer's recommendation and refuse the application, then obviously the lack of BAT survey is part of the reason's refusal. If members are minded to approve the application, then what I understand will happen is that the application will be approved by the committee, but the notice of approval will not be issued until the officers have been satisfied by their specialist advisor as to the problem or other than problem with bats, any mitigation, blah, blah, blah. So while the committee will have agreed to approve it, the approval notice and therefore no development, etc., can take place until that matter has been resolved one way or the other. And if it's not resolved to a satisfactory member, it remains a reason for refusal, for obvious reasons, the bats being protected species. Councillor Round wants to come back, and then Councillor Franklin.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point out, I felt it was, or it could be misleading for Councillor Miller to suggest that those that didn't go on a viewing are not qualified to speak. And now I may have read that wrong, but I just want to make 100% clear that the viewing is part of it. But other things like Google Map, and of course in my case, in this particular one while I'm speaking, is local knowledge. So viewing really doesn't come into it whatsoever. Thank you.
Well, actually, I'd like to second approval. I think I did need the viewing because I haven't got local knowledge. I think once I got onto the site and where it was measured out, explained that it would be cut away, looking at the site, it very much reminded me of when I was young and came from a village where we had the vegetable patch at the back and all, it's going to be laid out in an old traditional way. I think it's an enhancement. Like you say, there's another building that's much larger. I think this has been done very sympathetically. They've gone round and had a look at other buildings around in the village. It's tied in with sort of like a barn feature. So I absolutely can't see any reason why it would be refused. I think it'd be an enhancement.
Any other speakers? I've had it moved and seconded for approval. Those in favour of approval? Those against? That's approved. Officers, please.
Yeah.
Reasons.
The reasons really is turning around the reasons for refusal, plus the comment. I quite agree on the bat survey. That has to be produced. That goes without saying, to the satisfaction of the biodiversity officer.
Yeah.
And it would enhance. Sorry, I can't pick the words out directly. It would enhance the site. There's no detrimental effect on the character and appearance of the surrounding countryside. And I think that's about it. I can't pick out much more of the reasons for refusal. It will not detract from the verdant character. I'm just turning the reasons for refusal around.
Councillor Franklin will get.
I think what the local member said covered most of the reasons, and I do think that it's in keeping and will not have an effect on the street scene.
Okay, just so the applicant's aware that it's approved, but you have to go through the remaining process of making sure that there is no damage to bats or threat to bats, and if there is, that the officers will advise on how that is to be mitigated. We'll just ask the officers to confirm the conditions, which presumably are as written, but.
The suggested conditions would be time, material samples to be submitted, a levels condition so that we can understand the proposed land levels, landscaping and boundary treatment, tree protection because there are mature trees on and adjacent to the site, contaminated land condition because of the previous historic and unknown use of the site and the age of the site, conditions to control hours of construction given nearby neighbouring properties, and parking condition.
you'd just like to just wait a few minutes until the officers have presented the paper, and then we'll invite you to speak for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for the erection, well, for the removal of an existing water tower and the erection of a dwelling and alterations to an existing access. Members viewed the site. If I can bring your attention to the update report, where it reports on the viewing panel, and also officers comment on points that are raised at the viewing panel. There's some additional points on there and some further comments from one of the local objectors, which I believe councillors have also received some of this by email. The officers are also recommending an additional condition, which would be number 20, with regards to controlling the land surrounding where the house is actually proposed. So if you look on the plan there, it actually shows the red line. The condition would basically ensure that the land outside or beyond the building, but within the red line, isn't used as curtilage. So that would be condition 20. Also, to bring to your attention that I think the legal agreement is now being completed, so the officer's recommendation is for approval subject to conditions.
Thank you. You've got 4 minutes, and I'll warn you when you're down to 1 minute.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm actually here on behalf of Howard Dyer, who unfortunately couldn't attend this evening and has asked me to speak on his behalf. He has written to councillors, and you should have received his email. We were pleased to see that the comments have also been included in the update on page 7, the bullet points there on the update report. The proposed building has a very stark utilitarian appearance and is to be located in an extremely prominent position. Whether it meets the terms of the MPPF exceptional quality is paragraph 55 is purely a matter of opinion. The architects panel have raised some serious concerns in this respect. The existence of the water tower, which is agricultural infrastructure, which has been used to provide justification for a 4-storey residential dwelling, would set a very dangerous precedent if used as a justification for approval. The parish council has strongly objected on behalf of the local residents. We would urge you to refuse this application tonight. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak as well. My name is Carol Herring, and I've been resident in the Candover Valley for the last 8 years and in the Basingstoke area for the last 20. As somebody who values living in such a lovely, beautiful rural location, there are 2 items of objection that I'd ask you to consider. The first one is that the new building, and I support exactly what my colleague has said here, new building on agricultural brownfield site is not appropriate because it is in the middle of agricultural land and woodland. It's a very rural environment and has no connection to a village or hamlet. It creates a level of traffic never intended for the current junction onto a B road and would cause a greater risk of accidents. And it also sets a precedent for future development in similar areas. Secondly, the new building design is not suitable for a country location and is not in keeping or in line with planning guidelines. It is much more imposing than the current water tower because it is of solid construction as opposed to the water tower, which only has a solid part right at the top. It would spoil the horizon and the landscape. And there are plenty of other alternative locations for a domestic dwelling around villages in our location. Thank you very much. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. You were both admirably brief. Are there any questions for our visitors? No, thank you very much. In which case we have now invite, find the right page in the paperwork. Mr. Harradine and Mr. Tuff, please. And again, you have 2 minutes. 4 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, this new house for Lord Lymington is an exceptional proposal. In the United Kingdom, our landscape benefits from a strong tradition of building country houses, follies and landscape interventions. It's part of our nation's cultural heritage and provides many fine examples of architecture and landscape design, some of which raised eyebrows in response to their often unfamiliar design at the time of construction, many now listed for their architectural and historic significance. In recognition of this heritage, there's policy provision at national level that allows isolated new dwellings in the countryside, where the design is of truly outstanding quality or of an innovative nature. The proposal meets the requirements of that policy. The applicant wishes to make his contribution to his family's 500-year history at Farley Wallop, and this new house for him is therefore not only an investment in excellence, but a legacy project marking his contribution to the family estate. It is not a speculative or commercial endeavour. Over the last 2 years, the project has evolved and benefited from engagement with council officers, the parish council, neighbouring property owners, and a range of independent reviews. So why is the proposal exceptional? It takes a bold and utilitarian building and replaces it with an object of beauty and quality that has a strong and positive relationship with its surroundings. The form of the building responds to the memory and presence of the water tower and the strong tradition upon country estates of folly or prospect tower building. The domestic landscape of the house is enclosed within a courtyard garden, preserving the pure relationship between building and landscape. The facing material of the building is flint, to be collected from the estate. It will give the building a dynamic, natural and evolving finish, and I hope you studied the sample panel that's been produced and submitted. The heavy thermal mass of the building and castle-like thick walls, together with a unique thermal store, result in an exceptionally low energy demand building that will achieve the coveted passive house standard. A series of associated landscape enhancements are proposed, including the planting of 2.5 acres of native woodland and ecological habitat enhancements. Numerous independent professionals and your own council officers have confirmed that the proposals represent an outstanding quality of design that will enhance significantly the immediate environment. They agree that the proposed house is innovative in its approach to transforming an existing utilitarian building in the landscape, in its method of construction, and in its achievement of high environmental performance, meeting the relevant policy requirements. Objections raised by a small number of residents to the south, some 1.2 kilometres away, regarding the design and presence of the building in the landscape, are not shared by the findings of the landscape and visual impact assessment prepared as part of the application, the numerous independent experts who have reviewed the project, nor the council's officers. Those living nearest the site, in houses adjacent to the entrance point, have raised no such concerns. Members who attended the site visit will have noted that only one distant public view of the building is attainable from over a kilometre to the south, and the transformation in that view will be both minor and positive. Your officers and independent experts recognise the significant contribution that this proposed building will make to the landscape, the discipline of architecture and landscape design, and the ongoing pursuit for new levels of environmental performance. In the words
You have
of
1 minute.
Thank you. In the words of the independent and highly respected South East Regional Design Panel, we consider this to be an imaginative project and one that is highly sensitive to its surroundings. Indeed, the proposal has a scope to enhance them by replacing a commonplace functional structure with a new house of elegance and distinction. Its interior promises to be as distinctive and original as its exterior. We should like to see it built. In summary, it will be a beacon of quality for the estate, the wider landscape and the borough, inspiring and guiding others, and I urge you to accept your officer's recommendation and approve the application.
Thank you. If you just press your big black button again. Members, any questions for the applicant's advisors? Yes? Yeah, Councillor Tucker? And then Councillor Round.
It's a fascinating idea, I have to say, and you were very eloquent both on site and tonight. On my way back from viewing it, I suddenly thought, looking up from the road where Nutley Manor is, it is really quite visible on the skyline. It then occurred to me, what happens at night when somebody is in there, when the lights are on? It's going to be incredibly visible. Have you had any thoughts on how you can counter that?
The window reveals are incredibly deep in the building, and the glass in the building is also designed to be a low light emitting glass, or transparency glass. So therefore, the light emission from the building has been considered in the landscape and visual impact assessment, and is considered to be acceptable and considered to not cause a problem. That has, I don't know if you've looked at the landscape and visual impact assessment, that has been addressed in there and is not considered to be an issue.
Thank you, Chairman. We read different people's writings, and some will refer to it as an agricultural infrastructure, and you've referred to it as a building just there. And I wonder about mobile telephone masts and wind turbines. Could they be described as a building? I wonder if you could comment on that.
The building is not an agricultural building, and therefore it is brownfield land within the definition in the National Planning Policy Framework. It's not an agricultural building because it wasn't built for agricultural purposes or used ever for agricultural purposes. It was built to supply water to the residents on the estate and to the south of the estate in the 1930s. So it is not an agricultural structure. And therefore it is previously developed land. In terms of whether it's a building or not, it has an enclosed area at the bottom of the building, of the structure, which classifies it as a building. Clearly the upper part of it is not a building. It is accessible only by a ladder to get up there to reach the tank, and is a structure, but the bottom part of the building is a building.
I think I'd just add one thing, which is that whatever the kind of legal definition of building, I think the big difference between this and, for example, a mobile phone mast that you mentioned is that what this does do is it occupies space on the site. You know, it may not be occupied itself, but it marks out space on the site that's very potent, very potent when you're there on site.
Thank you, Chairman. What I wanted to try and be clear was that the big hurdle that this has to come over is new development in the countryside, and there's a presumption against new development in terms of dwellings in the countryside. If members were minded to approve this, which established the site could become a dwelling, could an application come forward, a new application come forward for a different type of dwelling, and therefore would that carry weight, the fact that we have approved a dwelling in the countryside?
All right. Right. Basically, yes, you would be accepting the principle of residential development on there, but the only reason you're accepting it here is because it is of an exceptional design, and that's very clear that you can allow, as an exception to normal policy, which then makes it acceptable, exceptionally designed dwellings. In this instance here, it's very clear in the officer's report, and we've gone through the various different criteria that's now in the NPPF under the paragraph 55, and we feel that it meets all of those. There is nothing to then stop a future application coming back with a revised design, and you would have to take on board the fact that this has permission, but it only, if members were reminded to grant it tonight, the only reason it would be on the basis of it has an exceptional design. Therefore, if someone came back with more of a traditional design, then you would have to consider that on its own merits, and you may then find actually no, that isn't exceptional enough to allow a dwelling there, and the only reason we're doing it on this one here is because of the specifics of this scheme only.
Thanks for that. So just to be clear, because I sort of hear it coming from officers, you know, you've the principle of a dwelling. So in this particular case, there would be no principle set that we've allowed a dwelling. The new application would have to come forward as a complete new application for an agricultural field, and it would have to meet some other merits.
We would apply all of the same policies as before. If we don't consider it to be an exceptional design, then we wouldn't be recommending it for approval.
I think the question for members here appears to me, there is very clear, before the NPPF, there has been always a policy, and for many years now, allowing exceptional and very special buildings in the countryside. They have to be very special and very exceptional. And the question as to whether this is pretty or ugly or any of those things is entirely subjective. And the policy doesn't ask for it to be pretty or ugly, it asks for it to be exceptional from an architectural and other perspectives. My own reaction is interesting because reading about it on the papers, I thought, don't like the sound of that. And suddenly it struck me looking at this that the nearest thing it reminds me of is Donington Castle. I don't know if any of you drive up the A34, but you get a glimpse on a hillside, right in a prominent position, of the ruins of, and it's very similar sort of feel to the structure of Donington Castle, although of course it's an extremely modern building. And I think that is the question members have to answer to their own satisfaction. If members are approve it, they're going with the majority of the architectural opinion. If members are against it, they're saying, well, no, my opinion says this isn't exceptional, it isn't of particular quality, of enough quality, it's not sufficiently special, and that's the question before us this evening. Councillor Round again.
Thank you, Chair. I hear what you say there. And I think one of the strong points that I would come forward with is that if we look at the NPPF Paragraph 55, it should significantly enhance its immediate setting. It should significantly enhance its immediate setting. So just not the site, its setting as well. And it should be sensitive to defining characteristics of the local area. And I think those are also very, very important points that we have to consider. Not just its architectural merit, but those points are very worthy of consideration, especially as it has a 600-metre driveway into the countryside.
Are we in debate yet, Chair, or not?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, right, okay, sorry. Okay, well, I'm when I read the initial application online, on my forms here, I was of the opinion that I was not going to approve it. I went on the viewing, as I did from the previous one, incidentally. I did go on the viewing in the previous one, and I was on the viewing on this one. I just thought I should get that in. Driving up to it, you could see this great big water tower stuck up there, and I couldn't see that the design here was going to enhance whatsoever. However, when the applicant put his case, it was put in such a way that my perception of the application and the whole design concept was shown to actually be in harmony, I felt, with its surroundings. The countryside would come right up to the walls of the building, with all the domestic clutter held within it. The building material of concrete and flints, and there were a huge amount of flints in the local fields around and about. I did offer flints on my own garden, but I don't think they were really interested in that. Would sort of create a very, very strong impression, and I felt that the building, as we see there, and as the Chair has eloquently put it earlier, it would make it sort of fit in with the surround. It is rather like a folly. I mean, I would go along with that entirely. But what's wrong with follies? And follies are acceptable nowadays. The fact that there aren't many rights of way around, it's not going to be viewed a great deal from vantage points around and about. We could see the water tower from the road, but the nearest vantage points is, well, from this sort of distance, I suppose. It's not going to show up a great deal in the countryside. So from being sort of against it initially, I'm now totally for it, and I would move it for approval, actually.
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't go on the viewing for the fact that I was involved in a planning inquiry elsewhere, as you know, I think. But I did go to the area privately to have a look at it because I was intrigued, I have to say, by what I read. And to be frank, I'm pleased with the officer's recommendation in this regard, because I do think that this is exceptional. All of the words that are contained, A, within our own policies, and B, I think, within the NPPF, when you come down to it, are subjective. I mean, and I know the Parish Council, in fairness, in the representation I read from them, talk about subjectivity in the context of design, and one person's view would be different to somebody else's. But certainly I see it as being exceptional. I think, from what I've read and what I've seen, it's of exceptional high quality. I'm pleased to see that it's intended to be a living accommodation for the person we know in this regard. And I mean, I think on occasions it's important to be, and I'm sure nobody in the area will thank me for this, but just brave in terms of the way that we consider such applications. The easiest thing in the world always, and our officers must despair on occasion when it comes to buildings which are listed in the light, where we say don't preserve them in the form that they are. We've got to be a bit more radical. These have to be living units, and we want some change from what is the easy response to, I think, the sort of applications we face. But I like this very much, I have to say. I support the radicalism. I support the way that this has been approached. I think it is exceptional. I think that in due course people will, quite frankly, welcome it. I hope that will be the case, and I think it will be so exceptional it's going to be the sort of thing which will attract lots of attentions for good reasons. And I certainly would want to second Councillor Bound's proposal tonight.
Thank you, Chair. You did say my name with a B as well, so thank you. Yeah, it's a very difficult one, this one, with the MPPF, this reflecting the high standards of architecture. I mean, we read in this report that the North East Hampshire architects, they seem to be clearly undecided. On one hand, one panel seems to like it, another one seems to see some deficiencies. And we heard the parish council object, various subjectivity. But however, again, even though I'm not qualified to pass judgment on quality of design at all, but to be honest, I'm prepared to see it as a folly. The applicant mentioned it as a folly, not necessarily to me a great architectural triumph. And I think follies, they shouldn't, in my opinion, certainly just live in the past. And why not encourage us to build them now? So I fall into the supporting this one. So thank you.
I'm on my own again because I don't think it's very nice at all. I think it's put down here, is it a church or is it a fire station? Because I actually, you're going to see that for miles around. In actual fact, I wouldn't say it's going to be a church because churches tend to be a lot prettier, if that's a word. I don't think it's almost like it's on top of a hill and it looks terrible to me. And as somebody who spoke in favour, it said about a beacon. Yes, it will be a beacon with the lights on at the top, etc., etc. Says no, I'm sorry, I'm totally against it. I hear what my colleagues say. I don't think I stand a chance, but there we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm afraid that I've listened to all of the respective comments, and I tend to side with Councillor Leeks on this one. But I know architectural beauty is subjective, and I'm afraid I can see nothing beautiful in this building. If you want to live in a castle, then design a castle and have it to look like one and not like a concrete blockhouse. No, I can't approve of this one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other speakers? My own comment is that, in a sense, we're not asked to discuss or decide on whether it's beautiful or ugly, or whether, to us personally, subjectively, it's attractive or otherwise. We're asked to judge it on its architectural merits, and its unusualness, in a sense, is one of the characteristics, distinguishing features. Reading the papers, I thought this very peculiar. I've come round to taking the view of those who are in favour of it because it is extremely distinctive, and I don't back my own judgment against that of sets of architects. It's very interesting that the second set of architects took a different view from the first set of architects. My view is you put two architects in a room together, you get four opinions. But my own concern about my own view on it is I don't want to be swayed by whether I would want to live in it or whether I particularly like the desire, because I'm not going to live in it. I'm not going to look at it much. It's whether it actually has the distinctiveness that qualifies it under the national policy. and I'm beginning to be swayed that it does. Councillor Round, I'm going to go.
Thank you, Chair. Again, just wanted to highlight the rest of paragraph 55. And before I do that, in terms of what the objectors and the residents have said to us, they described it, they didn't use planning language, but they used lovely, beautiful, rural, agricultural. They used those words to describe the area. And paragraph 55 clearly says significantly enhance its immediate setting. And I think that's one that we keep missing. The water tower is not causing any harm to its immediate setting. In my view, none at all. It's been there, it sits there. This building will harm its immediate setting.
Again, I think that's, we could argue that till the cows come home. It's a subjective view, isn't it? Well, we're all expressing subjective views, which is all you can do with this. Back to you, Councillor Bound. I'm going to draw this to a conclusion in a minute, because we could keep saying, I like it, I don't like it, till the cows come home, and put it to a vote. Councillor Bound.
Just referring back to paragraph 55, which Councillor Round keeps referring to, the urban design officer, I think, is referred to as well. The proposed development would be of exceptional quality and innovative nature and will be justified by the exception provided by paragraph 55.
I don't want to have yet further debate about policy. We've heard a lot of views. Unless anybody's got anything completely novel to say, we've had it proposed and seconded for approval. Those in favour of approval? Against? That's approved. Officers, please.
Thank you, Chair. That the application be approved subject to the conditions on the agenda paper plus the additional condition number 20 on the update sheet and subject to the legal agreement which has been completed.
Thank you. We move on to application number 4, Village Stores, Mortimer Lane, West End Green, Pamper and Silchester. I have 3 speakers objecting to it, Mr. Preston, Mr. Toms and Miss Best. If you would come forward, please, if you're all here. You will when we start have. You will when we start have. Hello. You will when we start have 4 minutes between you, and it's up to you how you use those 4 minutes. But I will stop you at the end of the 4 minutes. We will warn you at the end of 3 minutes. And before we do that, we'll get the officers to present the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for the redevelopment of an existing brownfield site for the erection of 2 4-bedroom dwellings and 2 2-bedroom dwellings. It's a full planning application that's recommended for approval by officers subject to conditions and the completion of a legal agreement. Members viewed the site on Friday, and in the update paper you have the notes of the viewing panel. You will also note that a further letter of comment has been received from a previous objector relating to the Localism Act and a statement of community involvement, and the officer commentary is there. We do consider that the application has been appropriately assessed, taking into account the relevant legislations, taking into account the relevant objections received and letters of comment, and making a balanced decision of the application against planning policy. There's also a comment about the previous use of the land and further information that was supplied by the applicant to officers. Officers' view is that there is no evidence within the documentation submitted to suggest that the site was ever subdivided into separate parcels of land or parcels of use. We view the site as one planning unit with a mixed use, and the basis of our assessment is that it is a rural brownfield site. So the recommendation does remain as per the main agenda.
Thank you. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Can I say firstly thank you to those members who kindly came to view the site on Friday. The 3 of us live in West End Green, the hamlet of 15 houses at one end of Stratfield Say. This development of 4 new houses is plumb in the middle of this hamlet. So it's a 25% increase in dwellings at one go. The council's own landscape officer describes this proposed development as being cramped, bulky, not sympathetic to the countryside, and too urban in character. That's page 71 of your report. We agree. There have been 17 written objections from those who live around, nearly all the local residents, and from the parish council. We think that localism does imply that some weight should be given to local objections, as of course the council's own statement of community involvement says. There have been good objections to the number of new houses and to their style and the effect on surroundings and other aspects, but I'd like to talk just about the policy. This site has an old residential shop and bakery on it with a garden. The family who ran the shop lived in it and grew vegetables and kept a few animals. Your policy for houses in the countryside is to allow a one-for-one replacement, and one new house here would be fine. But this application for 4 houses is being treated as falling within a different policy as a brownfield site. But this isn't a brownfield site. The area in the back of the shop was for vegetables and livestock, agricultural, not brownfield. The report says that because animals in the garden were owned by people living in the house, this link makes it into a brownfield site. But it can't do. Brownfield land is defined as previously developed land, and agricultural land is specifically excluded from brownfield. Gardens are excluded from brownfield as well. Even if it was brownfield, development on brownfield sites is only allowed in sustainable locations as defined. This is not a sustainable location, and the council's own transport strategy officer says on page 72 of your report the application site is an unsustainable location. The applicant agrees with this. You're being asked to override your own policies to approve this. It can't be right to set out detailed policies on your website and then disregard them. And most important, it's a bad precedent to set. If you allow this application, even though it doesn't comply with your own policies, it will be hard to say no to other applicants who ask for similar exceptions to be made for them in this and in other villages. The applicants themselves recognise that this one would mean making an exception. As there are agreed policies, then the applicant really should follow your policies and propose a one-for-one replacement. So I've mentioned the 17 local objections. Localism, it's against your policies, it's not a brownfield site, it's not a sustainable location, and it would be a bad precedent. So I do urge you to send this one back to the applicant for reconsideration. Thank you for listening.
I agree with and endorse all of that. The reason this application
You have 1 minute.
has generated so much hostility locally is that it ignores established policies in at least 2 important respects. It's neither a brownfield site nor is it sustainable. Moreover, it does not respect or preserve the character of the village, and it would destroy the very qualities that council policies are designed to protect.
I live next door to the old shop. Parts of this development would seriously overlook a hot tub of 25 years standing by my house. I was born in the old shop. I lived there for a long time, and I confirm what has been said about the agricultural nature of the house and land. It cannot be called brownfield land. Thank you.
Thank you. Your timing is exquisite. Members, questions to our visitors, please. Any questions? No? No. Thank you all very much. Invite you're turning too many pages over. I'm trying to listen to all this. Mr. Unsworth, or Ms. Unsworth, please, to speak on behalf of the applicant. And for the record, could we have both names, please?
I was going to say, I'm Miss Unsworth. I don't actually intend to speak. I'm going to introduce James Hare, who's the resident estate manager for the applicant, the Stratford Say estate, but I'm on hand to answer questions if members have any.
Officers will introduce the report. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the Chair has said, I'm James Hare. I'm the agent for the applicant. I'm going to divide my talk into 3 points. The first being policy. The Council's policy permits redevelopment of brownfield sites in sustainable locations. We acknowledge that this is not necessarily a sustainable location, but the existing use of the building as a shop, bakery and house is very relevant. These uses could recommence at any time. It is not economic or realistic for there to be a shop at West End Green nowadays. Residential use is more sustainable than the current permitted, albeit that the site is disused use and will generate less traffic. This is based on Hampshire County Council guidelines. It appears to be agreed by all in the area, including the parish council, that something needs to be done to the site and the buildings, which are an eyesore of dilapidated buildings and yard in desperate need of redevelopment and tidying up. The site has been empty since 2005. On a personal note, I have to say I'm quite surprised by the level of local opposition. There is a precedent for building behind the street frontage, immediately to the south of the site, bungalows known as the Springs, which form a cul-de-sac leading away from the road. My second main heading is the brownfield nature of the site. The whole of the site is brownfield in accordance with the NPPF. The primary uses of the site were a shop and bakery with associated living space for the shopkeeper. The building was let on a commercial lease until it became empty in 2005. Officers have seen evidence of this and accepted the site as being brownfield. Any farm animals kept on the land to the rear of the shop, for which there is no mention on our files dating back to as far back as 1970, were incidental only to the main commercial use, and that particular tenant's lease ceased in 1983. The site clearly has never been primarily agricultural, and there is clear evidence that the vast majority of the yard at the rear has had buildings of some sort or other erected on them over the years. My third main heading is the scheme proposals. The design of the scheme is intended to mimic that of a principal farmhouse, Building A, and 2 barn conversions. It is for this reason that there is intended to be some timber cladding which mimics other barns in the area to the south of the site at Purdue's Farm and Holly Cross Farm. The scheme also allows for retention of 1 building on the northern boundary. This building was formerly used for the storage of shop stock and refrigeration equipment, and this building is intended to be used as a carport under the development. There's been considerable consultation with officers and the community over the design of the scheme. This included discussions with the parish council nearly a year before the application was submitted. Various alterations have been agreed, including reducing the number of road access points from 2 to 1, removal of the balcony and some of the windows on House C to reduce overlooking, reducing the width of House C, and more soft rather than hard landscaping following comments from the landscape officer. Officers consider the proposal and the design to be of high quality and respect the rural character of the area. The Section 106 agreement will give payments for community facilities, playing fields and local infrastructure. It is therefore requested the committee approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the applicant's representatives? Anyone? Yeah, Councillor Potter.
I think it would be a question, so if I may, I mean, can I just get your observation about the comments that have been made about this representing an overdevelopment of the site, obviously in terms of the number of dwellings that are being proposed as against what would, although I'm looking at obviously the adjacent design of the Springs, but in terms of that observation, do you have any comment to make?
The site is brownfield, and so there is somewhat of an obligation to make reasonably efficient use of land. Also, the NPPF is a little bit of a shift in policy from previous rural planning guidance, which acknowledges that you need to keep rural areas in terms of vitality and just not let them die, if you like. So it's not as restrictive on rural planning as the previous national planning guidance. And as I say, there's a balance to be struck, I think, between making efficient use of land and still maintaining the character of the area and providing houses that reflect, in terms of the size of them and the gardens, what is there in the vicinity already. And we feel that this proposal strikes that balance.
Yeah, it's sort of like in 2 parts, because I know the officers we have asked to come back and to find out legal for us whether it was green or brown, which we asked on the site. But when we went on the site visit and we went to the back garden, there were quite a few, looked like foundations of old buildings that looked like they were sort of brick built, not sort of sheds and what you construe as agricultural, but looked like they were been some kind of substantial build? Or was I seeing things?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I've only been involved in the site for 3 years, so I can't really comment as to what those buildings were because they've certainly been demolished in the time I've been there. But there certainly is evidence of other buildings in the rear of, I wouldn't call it a garden myself, I'd call it a backyard. And there certainly has been developments in there in the past.
Yes, just briefly, was there any consultation between yourselves and the sort of local people, including the parish council?
Yes, as I said, I mean, I consulted the parish council about a year before the application was submitted. I've also invited some of the local residents to come and view the plans in my office on an informal basis, and some of them took up that offer. Yes.
In the consultation with the parish council, did they say anything about the number of dwellings that they'd like to see on the site? Or were they simply commenting on your proposals? I mean, presumably you went to them with your outline proposals, as opposed to what do you think we should do with this site? Just trying to clarify what the interaction was, and what, if anything, was said by them.
Are you asking about the initial consultation or the formal consultation once the application was submitted?
The formal consultation is undertaken by the Borough Council. I'm more interested in what your engagement with the parish council and what they had to say at the time. And whether, in fact, that consultation was on the basis of a rough outline of what was proposed on the site, or was it just, we're thinking of doing something here, what do you think? I mean, just to understand what consultation it was done with the community.
Well, the minutes of the meeting of the parish council meeting in November 2011, where I submitted some plans that showed a development of 3 houses on the site, do not record any particular comments being made by the parish council other than they noted that it was pending.
Can I add that when later the residents came over to James' office to have a look and we were showing them the plans informally, that was following pre-app discussions that we'd had. We had 2 rounds of pre-app with officers, and we'd received quite favourable feedback on the proposal. You know, we were coming to this proposal that you now see in front of you in terms of favourable feedback from borough council officers as well.
To just go slightly further down that track, how did we go from the 3 to what we now see before us? What's the dynamic or motivation behind that change?
The very early sketch proposals were for 3 detached dwellings on the site. Officers wanted to see more of a mix. Your policy on smaller units incorporated within development proposals kicked in, if you like, and that was how we came up with the pair of semi-detached houses. That's how we arrive at 4 as opposed to 3.
Thank you very much. Questions to officers? Councillor Frankham.
Yes, we did ask actually at the site visit because there was quite a confusion on whether it was green or brown, and we did ask if our legal department would be consulted and if we could come up with exactly, is it greenfield or is it brown, or are we left with shades of it?
Okay, our view is that it is brownfield, and that's based on the information that's been submitted by the applicant.
Oh, sorry, that's the legal definition.
I mean, in terms of the assessment of whether the site is greenfield or brownfield, it's always a matter of judgment. It's dependent on the information that's submitted with the application, our own records, historic information. You also heard from people this evening saying that it was actually agricultural. The view that we have formed is based on the use of the site in terms of the building, the fact that it has both retail and residential, so it's had a commercial and residential use combined on it, and the fact that if you look at the site as a whole, there's very little definition in terms of where the, if you like, where the building itself is and the remainder of the site. So as a whole, when taking the planning it as a whole, it's a judgment that we feel it's a brownfield site. Now, it's clearly a matter for the committee as well as to whether you accept that is that judgment, or whether you feel that in actual fact, having heard the information this evening and in the application, you may come to a different conclusion. But the starting point in terms of the recommendation has certainly been that it's a brownfield site.
Oh, this. Ooh, cheeky. No, 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 it would, mine won't be anywhere near as eloquent as his. With regard to the site, I have to say, I find it disappointing that you choose to decide about a site as to whether or not it's greenfield or it's agricultural or it's garden or whatever it is. With the greatest respect, you're accepting what the applicant has said, and not the person who actually lives next door, who used to live in the house and whose family ran the whole business that was there. I moved to Silchester in 1971, and all my groceries and everything came from that shop, and they were delivered by van. So I know what came out of the area. And we know from Miss Best, who's been speaking to us tonight, who had a bit of a tail end Charlie job, but bless her, she got it in within the time, but could easily have said an awful lot more. But the information has already been supplied to the officers as to exactly what went on there. So that is, can I just say, that's my prelim, sort of slightly sad. But with regard to the site itself, with regard to whether or not there should be development there, I don't think there's anybody in the village, or hamlet or the village, who would say that there shouldn't be something replaced there. It's been left to rack and ruin, as you can see, and therefore it's unsafe to be redone. I've got pictures actually of what it used to look like, if anybody's interested, when it genuinely really was the old village stores. I did show it to the people in the van. So let's start from the beginning. You have a site that could be demolished, and it could be demolished and something else to be built there. People have wanted it redeveloped for years and years and years because people were breaking into it and things like that. People's first thoughts, obviously, let's pull it down and have one really nice house there. It wouldn't upset the traffic, it would be good. But then that's being perhaps a little bit greedy, so maybe we could have two set on the front there, with decent gardens, which people should have in the villages, so that they can grow their flowers and their vegetables. So that is what has come over to me from people locally, and I have to say that would be my preference. With regard to the design of what has come before us, I think the building at the back with its Juliet windows is totally out of keeping. I mean, it just isn't even rural. I just don't know where anybody got that design from. I'm sorry. When I went in and discussed it with the agent, with Roger as the two ward councillors, at that point it had a proper balcony, and I didn't like that, but it then got reduced in size and the balcony disappeared, but they finished up as just Juliet balconies, which I still don't think is suitable for a rural area, nor do the local people. Sorry, you've heard all about the NPPF, etc. Told you about the house. Sorry, I've made a few notes here, which my writing is just rather bad. There is locally great concern about the sewerage, which if you started to put 4 houses on there, would cause even more problems than we have already there. And just with regard to our design, I think it already has been mentioned that the landscape officer, he objected to the initial and the amended plans by saying the proposed layout is too cramped and the proposes too much hard standing for a rural location. The relationship between the site, between garages and dwellings is cramped, and there is insufficient space to incorporate hedgerow planting alongside the external boundaries of the houses B2 and C. So I'm not alone, and I respect their views. With regard to the, there's a cul-de-sac which you can't easily see on there, which is the spinning. It's actually little bungalows all the way along, so therefore it has to go. Because because the road goes that way, it has to be behind. You can't, see, there, you see what I mean? Yeah. It's nonsense to say that there are houses behind, etc., etc., and then refer to the springs. That is a line of little agricultural bungalows. I was concerned that when it does get demolished at some point that there might be asbestos in the buildings, which I think it does get referred to, but I wanted to raise that again. And definitely I've mentioned again that the buildings at the back were for housing animals, and also at one point I know Miss Best actually was growing chrysanths, rather upmarket chrysanths, I have to say. Can't think of anything else to add, but I think you might have got the message that I think there's too much on that site, and I would support the local people with their views.
You mentioned issues with sewerage. There's a mention here about it. Can you just say what local people think the issue is? Have there been incidents of a problem, or is it just a worry? Is there anything specific?
They've had to have it cleared out more often than is necessary because of overflooding. That's what I've been told. But I have I haven't been to see it.
Comments from other members? Councillor Potter?
I mean, a number of things I could pick up on, but I mean, in terms of the observations of the officers, I'm looking at page 76 of 187. It just seems to me their analysis is fair and objective in the conclusion they reached that whilst the land may have been used for residential and agricultural purposes, this would have been in connection with the use of the building, which historically had a mixed use of, consisting of a shop, bakery and a residential unit of accommodation. It would not have been uncommon for plots containing buildings of this age in rural areas to have been used in for these multi-purposes incidental to their, and I think that's likely. I mean, I can't be definitive on it, but I would have thought that was a reasonable proposition in regard to the description of the site itself. In regard to the landscape officer's comments, who appears to be the only objector really, I think, in the context of specialist commentary. I mean, I'm bemused by it in a way, because certainly, again, the counter view expressed by officers about, generous gaps between the proposed dwellings and the incorporation of landscaping to help soften both the frontage and the internal areas of the site seems apposite to me. I would have thought that was a reasonable observation. I was surprised, putting it mildly, to see the commentary about it being cramped, because I don't think it is, really, and having regard to most aspects, I think it's a reasonable and non-cramped use of the site in question.
Thank you, Chair. As Councillor Potter has said, I think the assessment by the officers in terms of the previous uses of the site is fair and reasonable, and I think I certainly would start from that basis of looking at the site. I mean, I acknowledge the concerns of local people in terms of, in their view, it's overdevelopment because other houses around are seen as having larger plots, although, as we've said, the ones in the Springs don't. But on reflection, some developers would have come forward and crammed a damn sight more houses in there. And I think if this was coming into our parish, and I can't speak for them, but my general view would be that they would probably welcome that sort of mix of a couple of 4-bedrooms and some 2-bedroom houses, because there's lots of people that would love to live in their village and couldn't afford a 4-bedroom. So the sort of mix in terms of 2 4s and 2 2s, I think is very good.
Yes, I'm not sure if anybody's moved approval as yet. If not, I'm quite happy to move or second approval. And my reasons are that when I went on the site and I had a look, it sort of brought me back again to village life that I knew. And we're not building enough in villages. I think this is sympathetic. I think they've done the small build so people can have a choice. We do need in this borough to give a choice of whether you live in town. Far too often what's happening is the young couples are having to move into town because there is nothing in the village. I take on board what the resident said about the hot tub, but I did look, and as I looked up, there's a like a ledge, and you could put a fence or something like that, then you're not going to, it's not going to overlook, or a hedge if you think that's more in keeping. So it's not something that can't be agreed on. So not that I agree with officers all that often, but in this case I certainly do, and I think they've actually got it right. And I think that, as I say, they've tried to do sympathetic with the diversity of build. So I'm happy to move or second.
Housing mix. I don't know if somebody needs to answer this question. Where's the nearest shop to this location? Where's the nearest post office?
Where's the bus stop?
Where's the bus service? Because what you're doing is you're building 4 houses with this housing mix. I don't really have an argument with the housing mix. I have a question of sustainability. Because all you're doing, you're putting this in the middle of a hamlet that has seen no shop since 2005. And sustainability is one of the aims of the NPPF for a start. All we're doing now is putting 4 extra living units in a, I don't want to say a dead hamlet. It's not a dead hamlet because people live there and enjoy it. But what we're doing is we're exacerbating a problem. And unfortunately, a lot of these small places aren't sustainable anymore. Now, you could argue this one 2 ways. But to my mind, we've got to be very careful how much we put into these places that cause extra traffic, that cause extra pollution, which is something we seem to be missing in a lot of these things, but that's in sustainability. If there was a bus service that could provide it with a single vehicle, fine, but I don't believe there is. Some of these questions I don't know the answers to. But I'm very wary about the housing mix, the number of people that are going there. If there were a couple of houses, you could probably get away with it. But yes, I appreciate that people should have the choice, but I think there's a delicate balance to be had here. And I err on the side of caution. I'm not saying refuse it out of hand, but I'm just saying be careful how many of these sites that come up and we put 2, 3, 4 houses into them. I'm still undecided about how I'm going to feel about this application at the moment, but I just thought I'd offer that one up.
Before calling, we have a couple more speakers at the moment. Councillor Tucker and Councillor Round want to speak again. I just want to have a word myself. Because it picks up on one or two of the things that Paul has said. I have some concerns about how we're applying our policies or not applying our policies in these contexts. And this question was raised by our speakers against the development. Firstly, the officers on page 77 are saying that the development would encourage development and associated growth through building works. I'm not sure I understand what that means, but what I think it probably means it will employ some builders. Well, the builders may not even live in the borough. It's not going to create any employment, except during building and you build a big country house, you'd employ more builders. So, that to me is not a reason. It's not an aspect of planning policy that we should be taking too much notice of. Can also be seen to provide more housing on the same page 77 to help bring new people into the local area. If you're in an unsustainable small hamlet, I mean, I've got quite a few unsustainable small hamlets in my ward. This isn't in my ward. The whole point of sustainability is not to put more people into unsustainable locations willy-nilly. And we do have policies which allow local communities, should they wish to do so, to build, for example, rural exception sites in an unsustainable, otherwise indefensible location. But this isn't of that nature. I have a concern that from, because I asked the question just to tease out the answer, that there was a proposal for 3 dwellings, and then it was moved, being what we now see, because that was the guidance of officers under Safe Policy C3. But Safe Policy C3 is not intended to apply to small hamlets in unsustainable locations. That is not what that policy is about. If you read that, or indeed the updated versions in the core strategy, they are not about housing mix in areas which start off with unsustainable locations, where we do allow 1-for-1 replacement dwellings in the countryside. So I have some quite serious reservations about how we arrive at these things, and those are not to do with whether you think that's the right number of dwellings for the site, whether it looks right in the landscape or any other street scene or any of those things. The other thing is, I was very interested looking at the plans about the little row of terrace dwellings on the springs, that of course somebody gave the game away there by mentioning that they're agricultural dwellings, which is what I had assumed they must be, because presumably they're not new development. And I don't think there's a great demand for agricultural workers in most of the borough right now. We do get the occasional application for a tied dwelling, but it's very few and far between. So I just have a concern that what might have been 3 dwellings becomes the mix we see, because we're applying policies which in some cases, in my view, simply don't apply. I've listened to what people are saying, and I'll listen to what other people say. Councillor Tucker.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say, when you were talking about other buildings, that I have supported the estate very strongly with regard to an exception site where for retired agricultural workers, which is not in this hamlet but in another one. And so I cannot be said to being against properties that would be for rent, which, as I understand, these will be for rent. They're not just, I mean, so it's a commercial proposition. But I just wanted to make that point. Now, with regard to the, if it does go through, which it has been proposed, the neighbour in Rose Cottage, Miss Best, has asked for a certain kind of fencing to be put in with concrete at the bottom and quite a high fencing, which is similar to what she already has around her own property and elsewhere. And I do think that that would be the only kindest thing you can possibly do to somebody who's been living next door without anything going on apart from vandals next door. That to protect her. He says that I was going to say privacy.
Thank you, Chair. The MPPF today does encourage some rural growth of villages and hamlets, and I think that's relatively positive. Of course, we're all anti-building in, well, not all, but lots of us are anti-building in the countryside. But you know, one of my sons lives in Basingstoke because he can't afford to live in Borkhurst. So I think, you know, the idea of having no building can't be so. We need some building into these rural areas, especially as we are accepting that this is a rural location. At the end of the day, we'll have 10 bedrooms. It would seem that perhaps the locals would prefer 2 houses of 5 bedrooms, 10 bedrooms. So in terms of the number of people living in the other house, it's not going to be greatly different. And I can remember going on to there on a Sunday afternoon to go to the shop to get ice creams, and having to park down the road in front of somebody else's house because you couldn't get anywhere near the shop for cars. So the cars that are going there now are less than they used to be, so the area can sustain those vehicles. It's had it before. I would support Councillor Frankham's move for approval and second that. I wouldn't support her words. I think it was something along the lines, she'll build lots of houses in the villages, but I'm only being picky. So I would like to second approval, but I would like officers to come back on Councillor Tucker's concern regarding screening. Thank you.
I did consider sustainability. This is a hamlet. This is where people want to live in a hamlet. So others would probably like to live in a hamlet. If a shop was needed, it would have survived. So the shop's not needed. I think some people actually want to live in a sort of semi-isolation. So what are we saying? We'll never build another house or what on a hamlet or a small village because there isn't a shop, because there isn't a post office, because there isn't a bus stop. You know, it doesn't stack up, sorry. I just think we need to do diversity. I don't think it's overcrowding. You've got four, as you say, small agricultural
Sorry to interrupt, but you don't need to explain yourself. You've already told us. You've moved for approval. I'm waiting for somebody. Well, I can answer you. We could go backwards and forwards, couldn't we?
I'm sorry. I felt there was a criticism of what I said, and I hadn't.
No, it's not.
I'm saying I have.
It's not a criticism. It's an alternative opinion, and we're all entitled to express our opinion. And for example, I won't go on about it because I'll write a note. I think we're misinterpreting national policy, but that's just an opinion. I'll write a note about it so that people can look at it and take a view. But I think we're misinterpreting what the national policy says about development in villages. That's just an opinion. Okay? It's Councillor Tucker.
Sorry, I forgot a tree. Would it be at all possible to, bearing in mind the having a fence, would it be possible just to have trees planted on the application site? Because that would be higher. It would make better screening.
I think we can ask for a condition about landscaping and give some guidance to what we think that might be.
That would be great.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
It's been moved and seconded for approval. Those in favour of approval? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Those against? 2, 3, 4, 5. That's approved. Officers' comments? We'll just make sure that we picked up the conditions people have asked for.
Thanks, Chair. The application's been approved as per the conditions and subject to completion of the legal agreement, but we'll add an informative to pick up that the boundary treatment needs to have particular attention to Rose Cottage, the boundary with Rose Cottage.
So long as the condition includes the fence that has actually been requested, and possibly the trees.
I think we can only give guidance on that, which officers will determine. I don't think we can require a particular type of construction. Yeah. What we can do is ask. We can give guidance on it. So, if you tell us exactly what you mean by the fence, that can be included in an informative, which will then have some effect when the landscaping and boundary treatment is considered.
I can do that offline.
If you would, and also your comment on soft landscaping in form of trees and so forth. So I think we can add that as an informative. I don't think we can make a specific requirement of a specific type of fencing at this point in specific trees. The applicant is listening avidly with great attention, aren't you? Thank you. Okay, anything else from anybody? Otherwise we'll move on to the next application. The next application, 5, Berkeley, and I have Mr. T and Mrs. C. Cundy to speak against the application. If you'd like to come forward, please. Are they here? Are you coming forward? Hello? Is there anybody there? No? Okay, in that case, Mr. Battersby? Mr. Battersby? Yes? Okay, if you come forward, please. You just sit there for a moment, we'll get the officers to present the paper, and then we'll ask you to speak for 4 minutes. Thank you. Or up to 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for the demolition of the existing dwelling and the re-provision of two two-bedroom units, one three-bedroom unit forming a terrace, and three number 5-bedroom units. Members viewed the site, and the details of the viewing panel are contained on the update report, together with additional comments from the planning officer with regards to the amended plans that were received, just to clarify certain distances to the boundaries. The officer's recommendation is for approval subject to a legal agreement.
You have 4 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the Planning Committee. First of all, I'd like to confirm that our clients welcome the report and the recommendations of the officers in supporting the proposals for the scheme at Four Oaks. And that just to confirm that the current application is a result of quite extensive negotiation and collaboration between the officers, ourselves and our clients, and represents what we believe to be a well-considered and appropriate scale of development for this particular site. The officer's report acknowledges and recognises that there is a balance to be struck between the aspirations and concerns of all parties, as well as the policy and design issues at local, regional and national level. The report further confirms that the proposals have dealt with those issues raised during the course of the application process, and that the resultant scheme is of a high architectural standard and is appropriate to the area, with the form, materials and architectural detailing being in line with the architectural characteristics noted within the village design statement. We have noted and tried to note and respond to the majority of the comments and suggestions received during the course of the application, which have been widely consulted upon, and believe that the current design, site layout, density and orientation achieve the best fit given the site context and constraints. In terms of those items raised, just to confirm obviously that you will have read in the report that the tree officer is satisfied with the proposals. We've dealt with issues regarding the potential or the possibility of overlooking with regard to the property at Lanissera and the plots 3 and 4 at the rear. The density of the development is significantly less than the adjoining Laurel Bank development, and is actually set further back into the site from the road frontage, and therefore is well screened and is set well within the settlement boundary as part of the local plan policy. Highways have no issues with parking or access. Housing services have agreed that they've got no objection. There is no policy objection, and biodiversity officers also have no objection. And on the basis of your officer's report, I would urge you to approve the application. Thank you very much.
And thank you for being so brief. Questions to the applicant's agent, Councillor Miller?
One question. You're very positive about who says no objection. You don't mention the parish council or Thames Water. Could I ask you your comments on the Thames Water observation in the application, in the officer's report, sorry?
Obviously, we noted that in the comments, and as far as I can glean from what we've received today, that obviously further investigation has to be carried out. We don't have any issue with that, and we're more than happy to do it. And in fact, I know from experience around the site that quite often that's added to an application just to confirm the position with regard to either surface water or foul water drainage. So I don't think it's unusual or specific to our site. And in terms of the parish, obviously we've spoken to the parish before the application, and obviously we had a pre-application submission before the application that you see before you. And we've tried where we can to accommodate those views that have been raised by the parish. Obviously, in most of the cases, that they're raised by the parish and then put through the planning officer, so that we've dealt with it in that way rather than trying to have several conversations going on at once. But our clients have certainly met with their adjoining owners on both sides.
Any other questions to the applicant's representative? No? Thank you. Thank you very much. Questions to officers? Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Can I ask the officers, I'm a simple person, simply Tadley, what does Thames Water mean?
It's the water company that cover that area.
I'll try and put it easier for you. They're asking for a glamping style condition.
Basically, Thames Water are saying that before development starts on site, they need to see a drainage strategy, which they will be, basically it's on one of the conditions. We would consult with them, and until they're happy with it, no development can go on site. So they have to come to an agreed scheme before any further development can happen. So that's a granting condition. It's preventing anything happening on site before that element has been approved and agreed.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if I could have some more explanation in terms of housing services. Page 99 of 187, about the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph down, housing services. The applicant accepts the requirement for affordable housing, but has made a case of providing this off-site contribution to be applied in the support. I just can't understand if there's those 6 houses, why can't there be an element of affordable and those 6, and why, who has the remit to make that change, and how does it happen?
The Laurel Bank site next door, when that was originally approved by the committee, in the legal agreement there was a requirement for affordable housing on site. When that site came to be, prior to being developed, the developer approached various different housing associations who would normally look after housing stock, particularly in that area. None of them, and it was only 1 unit, none of them were willing to take over 1 unit. So rather, because they may not have any stock in the area, it's not efficient for them to do so. So rather than, but basically there is a need that we can justify that there is a affordable housing need in that area. So on the Laurel Bank one, the legal agreement was changed so that we took a contribution towards affordable housing unit in the area, and that the level of contribution was agreed with housing services. And equally, the same really applies here. You would be looking at potentially 1 unit, and we run into the same problem again, that there's no housing association which would actually take over the management of 1 unit in that area. So rather than lose the possibility of not having anything, we would, basically we have policies that allow us to take an off-site contribution in exceptional circumstances. The Laurel Bank one, they approached, I think it was about half a dozen housing associations in the area, and there was evidence to show that none of them were interested in taking on the responsibility of 1 unit there.
Thank you. I'm sure I'm not going to look for an answer right there, but I'm sure there's other ways of getting properties into the affordable housing market other than just going housing associations, private rental, because there's more than just housing associations and market rents and all these things. So one would have thought that it's possible, but I'll just make the comment.
I mean, if I could just make an observation, I support what Councillor Rowan's saying. I mean, it does seem to me time and again we're faced with developers who can continuously just say it's not viable in regard to the original proposal on affordable housing, can't find a suitable partner, QED, it follows, we've got to change what we said originally, and, it's not good enough, I think, really. It must be more enforceable than that, in my view, if we really mean what we say about providing affordable housing units. In part, my question was answered because I didn't know the history, I wasn't on the committee, but Laurel Bank was presumably a similar type of infill development to that we see before us tonight. And obviously, looking at the layout, I guess there's the prospect of this as a continuum up the road in question, really. And one can see the prospect of that, really. That doesn't mean that I don't support this, because I do think that it's... sorry, I beg your pardon, sorry. Yeah, I'd forgotten, sorry, I beg your pardon. Sorry. So I jumped too far forward, so I'll back off.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, it's really the same point again about the contribution for affordable housing. So we're saying that the sum contributed will not necessarily be ring-fenced for that area.
From recollection, with regards to the Laurel Bank one, it was ring-fenced for the immediate parish, and it was, I think as well, and I don't know the details of this legal agreement, but that we would retain the money for a 10-year period. Often, after a 5-year period, if there's you can't find a location to spend the money, then the developer can get the money back on some legal agreements. For the Laurel Bank one, it was extended to 10 years. recognising the fact that in that immediate area, development doesn't happen on a frequent basis. So a 5-year period was felt to be too short. I'm not sure of the wording of this agreement, but if members were of the view that it should have a similar type of thing if they were minded to approve it so that we could secure it over a longer period, which would give us longer to ensure that there's a potential of being able to spend it in the locality, then we can get the legal agreement changed to reflect that.
If I could interject that I happen to be the ward member and I can definitely find a home for the affordable housing contribution within 10 years, hopefully within 5 years.
Thank you, Chair. Not to labour that point, but the words in that paragraph on page 99 of 187, it refers to rural housing in the BDBC rural area. It's not specific, so I think we probably want to tie that down a bit more. Yeah, especially as Chair, you say you know exactly where it should go. I think we need to be rather more specific and less general on that.
We'll leave officers thinking about that and come back to it if we may. Any other questions? Do you have a question, Graham?
My question was answered by the councillor there. That was the same question. But yes, if you want to spend it in August, you can.
Comments and discussion. David, I think you were in mid-flow there.
Sorry, Chair, thank you for your end. I wasn't ready. I mean, in the sense I'd moved from one thing to the other already, but, and I think I had started to say, I mean, I support the proposal, I support the officer's recommendation. As straightforwardly as that, I don't know how much discussion is going to be around this. Sorry, judging the... Well, and I'm cutting across you again then, Chair, if you wish to do that, but certainly I would have moved for approval. I would move for approval.
I just have a word as ward member on a couple of points. Councillor Potter's already raised the question of the apparent precedent at Laurel Bank next door, which is regarded by the village community. It's a great shame nobody turned up to speak, which prejudices us against how strong their view is on the subject. But the view of the village community was at the time of the Laurel Bank development that it's an inappropriate change to the scale, the nature of that part of the village. And the concern now is the way in which officers have referenced that, saying that in the local context, this is okay. Point being that the local context in this particular case is created by a recent planning application, which has been consented. And therefore, on that basis, you've got a series of houses down a lane, and you could finish up with an identical little strip of development, house after house after house. If you take the assumption that our own recent planning consents provide a rationale for saying, oh, the context has changed, we're going to change the whole village because each one of them, we're going to strengthen the new context, which is it's all that sort of development. So there is a great concern about that. And it's unfortunate that we are going down the path of, instead of looking at it as an application on a site in a village, we're saying, well, it's right next to a similar development, we'll do that. And this committee has recently quite successfully opposed such development in another part of the borough, which was upheld by the inspector at appeal, saying that this is not a reason for doing it here and doing more of it here. The fact that you've already done it here does not mean you continue to do it. So the local community has a serious concern about that. The other thing that the local community has a serious concern about is sewerage. There are repetitive incidents of sewerage problems in the village, sewage in the streets. We have it in other parts of the borough. It's an endemic problem. And I was caught by this reference that it's not common for the water utility to put in a clause like that. It's very uncommon for a small development. It's usually the case you don't get any comment from them, means that we're okay with it. And the issue, which I have raised with officers, but just so that people know, because you can look out for it in your own necks of the woods, the issue is that the water authority says we want this Grampian condition, which means we want money from the developer, because the developer can't actually do a sewerage strategy outside the site. The developer can't go onto the public road and build a sewer. Only the sewage utility can do that. But what never happens is you never get to discover what happened to the money. And as far as I'm aware, the last time it happened, with the Laurel Bank development in particular, did lead to sewerage problems, despite the fact that the Water Authority did a deal, but the sewage came into the street. So, got some concerns there, which I will take up how we deal with that. And I might just ask that officers consider whether we might make some reference to environmental protection, given that there is a history of sewerage problems and that the water utility has raised the issue in their application, in their comments in the application. And we'd ask environmental protection to look into what it is that's the cause of that concern on the part of the water utility, and what steps they ought to take, explicit steps, rather than simply leave it that they do a deal with the applicant, take the money, and say, well, we're going to fix this one of these months. So there are real concerns. I'm sorry nobody came to speak to us about it, so it's not up to me to take a view, frankly. Next speaker. Who was it? Is you the next speaker? Did we have... And then Graham.
I'll go back to the viewing panel. There were 3 representatives from the parish council there. The parish council were very strong in their views on what they thought of this particular development. There's 7 objection points that they have in the report on page 97 of 187. Their main objection was looking at the next site, which the what was it, Laurels?
Laurel Bank.
Laurel Bank. They objected as forcibly as they could. I'm on a parish planning committee. I know how much weight or not that the objections count. It's what counted as one objection. This one, they know it's going to be developed. They're not saying no to the whole development. What they are saying is, if you look at Laurel Bank, and we were requested to have a look at Laurel Bank, you just turn the corner, look at Laurel Bank, and you've got brick right in front of you. It jumps out in your face. It's so close to the road. Now, I can understand how they feel. And their main objection was the proximity of the first house of this development to the road. They said if you turned it, if it was slightly redesigned with less impact onto the frontage, and that's what really gets them, as far as Laurel Bank is concerned, it jumps out in your face, which is totally at odds with the rest of the street. And all they were requesting was that first house to be set back away from the road with less impact. Now, nobody's mentioned the parish council. I asked them directly on the viewing panel, are you coming along on Wednesday? Now, I don't know the reasons for us. They'd said no. I don't know the reasons behind it. It's not my job to ask them or recommend that they come along. But that was their choice. But I just thought I'd mention it because I'm passing on my own witnessing of their reaction with the plans of this development resting on the ground. And then we did, those of us that were there, turn around and had a look at Laurel Bank. I just thought I'd advise the committee of that.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think having looked through the report and looked at the site this afternoon, I would second the mover. What I'd like to make a comment is that some of these estates, of one of which I currently live on, having objected very strongly at the time, but finished up buying one and living in it, and it's very pleasant. It's a very pleasant development, so it's amazing how they do blend in. The one thing that I think we must try and focus on, though, is bin stores. The storage of bins in these little estates, and the particular estate I have has a bin store, but it ain't nowhere near big enough for all the bins that we've got. And certainly because the way the developers hand over the land to try and get all the land, one resident owns the bin store, and that resident will sometimes think, well, if I own it, I can do what I like with it. So in terms of designating it a bin store, can we do something to try and make sure that it can't be used for other things, like some simple bollards or whatever, so that you can put the bins in, but you can't use it for other things like parking cars and caravans, etc. Sorry to rant on.
So just on that point, detail, there is a condition 22 recommended for that exact point, that there's refuse storage provided and then maintained for that reason.
Absolutely, I saw that and I noted that, but what I was trying to say is that can we design in factors that ensure that it can't be used for anything else, and some simple bollards that allow the bins to get onto it but not to allow other things to get onto it would help and make it a much happier estate for people.
Can I ask officers, does it have to be owned by an individual in a house? I know of various communities where they have bin storage, which are community buildings. You know, they're not owned by the people that live around them.
I mean, that may well be the case on certain estates, flatted developments, things like that. They're owned communally. But the problem is, through the planning system, we can't control who owns which bit of land. That's then up to the developer as to how they separate the land. I mean, the condition does say that it shall thereafter be maintained for waste and recycling use. I mean, to try to use it for any other purpose would really technically require planning permission, because it's not within the curtilage. It's not a curtilage building or anything like that. It sits outside of someone's curtilage.
I fully appreciate that, and say land ownership doesn't come anywhere into it, and I wasn't suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is, in terms of the design, and good design is what we're looking for, and making sure there's happy communities and communities that are enjoying it, a simple thing would be to build in the fact that yes, it's a condition, and we'll save our enforcement officers jobs because people forget about that, and by putting up and designing in some simple bollards.
Which I regard as a first-class recommendation. Leave it to experts to work out how you word it into something. Any other speakers? It's been moved and seconded for approval. Those in favour of approval? That's carried.
Chair, could I just come back on just to get some clarification for the condition with regards to the bins? The details that have been submitted are quite detailed with regards to the actual bin design and bin storage area. If we're not happy with those, I mean, we can't see it very clearly on there. The whole of the bin store is enclosed with a low fence and hedging round it. That's part of the details that have been submitted to you for consideration. If you're not happy with those, we can change the conditions so it says, notwithstanding the submitted plans, further details of the design shall be submitted. We can word it like that. So, or it may be that the actual design itself with the hedging and the fencing round it is sufficient to allay your concerns about how it may be used in the future.
Well, yes, thanks. And one thing perhaps I should have been clear on, because I think on a couple of the applications that have gone through today, in some there's bin stores, so the people store their bins there. What I should have been referring to, was the bin collection point. Sorry. Protect the bin collection point. Yeah, is that what needs protecting? It's normally on the front somewhere near the road, isn't it? Yeah. They've done it there. Well, okay.
I think we do have to make sure now that we are making space for.
Yeah, absolutely, for the number of houses. That is the collection area, is it? Very well designed then.
For waste and recycling only in the future, that you're then happy with that. Highways have confirmed that the size of the bin storage at the collection point area is big enough. 5.
Yeah, I think the design of that one is absolutely perfect. I made it as a general comment if we could sort of look for those standards. I think it's really good.
Before I go through the conditions, can I just clarify with regards to the legal agreement, because we have looked at it. It does secure the contribution over a 10-year period, but there is no reference at the moment in there as to where it would be spent. Now, on other sites, you can identify it so it's spent in the immediate parish, in the immediate ward, and that it then if you can't then find anywhere to spend it in that location, then it falls to the next parishes and it gradually goes out, as opposed to being borough-wide, which is how the Housing Services Officer has comments have been reported on there. So if you'd prefer it to be tied down to the immediate parish and then going further, we can do that in the agreement.
Well, the ward surrounds this village, so any other parish would be, relevant parish would be within the ward. So it makes sense to me if it's tied to the ward. That enables, there's a potential development about a mile away, which would be highly appropriate, but there's other developments in other directions a bit further away. So I prefer that it was the ward, if that's okay with everybody.
Conditions as listed on the agenda paper, plus the additional issue with regards to the legal the contribution.
We move on to number 6, Ball Hill. I have Mr. Griffiths and Mr. Johnson to speak. If you'd like to come forward. And if you'd like to just sit there for a moment while we ask the officers to present the report. Thank you.
I'm Mr. Johnson, by the way. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This is an application for the erection of a replacement dwelling on the site of an existing dwelling in the Ball Hill area. The application also proposes the erection of a detached 3-bay garage. It's a full planning application recommended for approval by officers. The update, we have the notes of the viewing panel, and you'll note that further correspondence has been received from an objector, and that is summarised within the update paper. And there's also a number of comments in response to that objection from the planning officer. Our view is that the application has been appropriately assessed. We've taken into account the views made by the objector and other local residents in the area, have assessed the site against planning policy, carried out a site visit and viewed the application plans. And the officers are content that the recommendation is for approval as per the main order paper. Thank you.
You have 4 minutes, Mr. Johnson.
Good evening. I am the resident of Knights Lane representing the objectors, and I am a chartered architect. The original bungalow was extended by 55% in 2005. The proposed ground floor area is 1.5 times the current ground floor area, and with the addition of the first floor, the total increase in floor area from the current dwelling is 242%. These figures include the garage in each case. The proposed floor area is 88% larger than Ambleside adjacent, 48% larger than Little Garston adjacent, and 23% larger than Tintagel opposite. This gives rise to a gross overdevelopment that does not comply with policy, including the key policy on replacement dwellings, D6, paragraph 1.53, which states, replacement dwellings should not significantly change the siting, scale, setting and character of the existing dwelling in order to protect the rural character of the area. I shall now highlight the matters which are out of scale and character, starting with the proposed dwelling itself. Firstly, the complex roof, 2-storey height facades, acknowledged bulk and prominence of the projections, the use of zinc cladding, the large scale and box-like form of the bays, and the bathroom, akin to a timber garden shed perched on stilts over the front door. All are completely out of place in the street scene. This conveys a house and not a chalet bungalow. The perspective view from the garage, looking up Knights Lane, shows how the projections merge to emphasise the undue bulk of the dwelling, and along with the triple bay garage, just how incongruous and intrusive this is, even more so with the intended removal of the hedge and the possible removal of the trees, all of which cannot be realistically prevented. Secondly, the overbearing impact and overshadowing on the rear face of Ambleside from, in effect, 2-storey height facades which are only 10.8 metres away from the bungalow, and the oppressive effect on Glenthorne from the overlarge metal bay projecting 1 metre off the face of the dwelling. Discrete dormer windows and roof lights have been required elsewhere in Knights Lane to respect existing privacy, so why not here? The detrimental effect on Ambleside and neighbouring bungalows at the rear is magnified as they are roughly 90 degrees to the proposed dwelling and set further down the slope. Turning now to the overdevelopment with regard to the proposed garage. Firstly, the siting of the triple bay garage 4 metres into the front garden is highly intrusive on the street scene, especially with the removal of the hedge, and is intrusive on Ambleside. The garage overshadows and is overbearing on the bungalow and its garden, being only 5 metres off its rear window face and closing down the existing separation between the dwellings. Secondly, the garage does not comply with Appendix 13 of the supplementary planning document, which states that a garage should not project further forward of a strong building line, which this unequivocally is, a very strong building line.
You have 1 minute, sir.
All garages in this part of Knights Lane are located behind the building line, including the existing garage at Merrifield. The proposed garage does not therefore comply with Policy E11 and should not be permitted. I conclude by saying that we've explained the profoundly unsatisfactory and harmful nature of this proposal through its overlarge size, unsympathetic form and appearance, and the intrusive siting of the garage, which is backed up by policy and for which this application should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you stay there for a moment, just press the big black button. Do you have any questions, members, for this speaker? No, thank you, sir. In that case, we have to the right paper. Mr. McCallan, please, on behalf of the applicant. You have 4 minutes, sir.
Good evening, Chairman and Councillors. This application is for a house for my family. I'm an architect, chartered architect, who has practised in North East Hampshire for over 30 years, and I have always striven to achieve high standards of design. This house reflects my ideas about the character of rural development. Small span, steep pitched roof forms with plain tiles and natural high quality materials. In September last year I submitted a pre-application inquiry to the planning department and my immediate neighbours. This scheme is the result of the discussions with the planning officers and taking into account the comments made by my neighbours. The officer's report acknowledges the fact that this proposal is appropriate in scale, being only slightly larger in footprint than the existing bungalow, and similar in height and volume to the recently approved developments at Little Garston, the Paddocks and Tintagel. This garden is one of the largest and widest in Knights Lane, and I have taken care to minimise the impact on the streets in the street. The main frontage of the proposal is only 12 metres wide, with a single-storey eaves line and lower ridge. This modest frontage screens the rest of the building from Knights Lane. The existing mature trees, all of which I'm retaining, provide further screening. The proposed garage is set 1 metre below the level of the proposed house and 2 metres from the proposed boundary with Ambleside. The rear eaves line of the garage is dropped to a level of the 6-foot garden fence to Ambleside, and the ridge is offset to further reduce its impact. The garage is also screened by trees which are in the front garden of Merrifield and being retained. The garage is a simple barn-like structure and totally appropriate in this rural setting. Being set so low and screened by mature trees, it will hardly be visible from the lane. My neighbours at Ambleside have expressed concerns about overshadowing and overlooking. I have made sure that this is minimal. The shadows cast by the new development are practically identical to the existing situation of the bungalow. The first floor master bedroom window is set back within a 2-storey dormer to remove the potential for overlooking. The other small bathroom windows on this elevation will be obscure glazed. I've also moved the patio away from Ambleside. I am aware that concern has been expressed about the metal cladding to the dormers. This is proposed to be a pre-weathered zinc that is matte olive grey in colour and will blend with the muted silver colour of the oak boarding as it ages. I've submitted a sample of this to the planning officer and it was agreed that it would be an attractive finish. I have tried to use high quality materials and avoid the white plastic clad dormers and bitumen felt roofs which exist further along the lane. I do believe the dormers will look attractive and distinctive, and I appreciate they may not be to everyone's taste, but the full height dormers will be well screened by the mature
You have 1
tree
minute,
screen.
sir.
and the colour will be very appropriate. Previous committee reports concerning development in Knights Lane and development control meetings have acknowledged the variety of houses this is not a strident, brash, modern design. It's a sympathetic, contemporary, high-quality proposal that will be very modest, an interesting addition to the lane. With regard to Peterborough's comments about changes to access, I would note that the existing access is positively dangerous, and the revised access agreed with the highways officer to be safer. I would therefore ask the committee to have confidence to trust their officer's report and my assurance that this will be a high-quality development that will add character and variety to the lane. It is similar in scale and height and form to recent approvals, and it does not affect my neighbour's amenity. It reflects the real building character of the area and also respects the chalet style of buildings in the lane. Thank you.
You just press your big black button and stay there for a moment. Are there any questions to the applicant? No, thank you, sir. Ward councillor? Not yet. Ward councillor next. He's visiting. We've got 4 minutes. Councillor Saunders, good evening.
Good evening, Chair. Could I have the what I call the red picture on the screen, please? Thank you very much. Good evening, members. I actually have no objection to the principle of the redevelopment of this site at all. No objection to the demolition of the bungalow. I think the officer is absolutely right that it has few redeeming features in its current form. And I actually have very little objection to that design which you see up there. I think it's quite an interesting and stimulating design. I'm afraid where I do object is that it's actually the wrong design in the wrong place. If we go and look at the village design statement, which is after all what the local community has said is important to it within its area, and we look at specifically what it says about what we should be seeing in the local hamlets, as opposed to Wootton Hill, which some of you may know, but these are the smaller areas. This is in one of the very small hamlets there. What it says is that all developments should try and use the existing colour with existing materials and techniques, hardwood windows, and avoiding flat roofs. And what you see there is something which has oak boarding, it has zinc cladding, it has aluminium faced windows, and it has flat roofs. There is a house which those of you who came on the viewing panel saw Tintagel opposite, which is quoted, I think, on page 125 of the papers as being an example of something which has been innovative and approved in the last few years. I think those of you who came on the viewing panel will see that it actually is something which we managed to approve that sticks out like a sore thumb. It's being totally out of keeping and out of place with the rest of the development in the area. This would be exactly the same. Good as it is, it would not be good where it would be. And two wrongs do not make a right, and two wrongs certainly don't make an improvement to the street scene. What we should be seeing is subtlety, a feeling and resonance with the local surroundings. This would be a clash and therefore a great disadvantage to the local area. Thank you.
Questions to the ward councillor? No. Thank you, Clive. Questions to officers? Councillor Round.
I just wanted to be clear, towards the end my inbox got filled up with mail on this one, and Mansell Construction. Do Mansell Construction own a property nearby?
You're not allowed to speak from the floor, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. I couldn't understand why Mansell Construction were writing to us. Thank you.
Okay. Just a point of detail, clarity. Could the officers just comment, please, on the location plan and the site plan with regards to the position of Ambleside? Because on the site plan that we have, this one in front of us here, Ambleside seems a lot further away from its boundary than is drawn on there. So I wonder whether we could have a dimension of how far it is from the boundary. They don't quite tally, so I'm not totally sure, not being on the benefit of going to the site. Yeah, sorry, there was one other. Our local ward member, Councillor Sanders, mentioned the village design statement. Can you tell us how much of that you've taken into regard in your report, please?
Sorry, just in terms of the measurement, we're just finding that out at the moment. In terms of the village design statement, clearly it's a material consideration which has been referenced in the report. I'm just looking through it now, I don't believe that it's picked out anything specific from that in the same sense that the local ward member has.
Okay, it's acknowledged in the report and in the update papers. In the update, it's on page 14 that the ordnance survey plan and block plan is inaccurate in relation to this site. So we do acknowledge that. In terms of what the applicant submitted, I have just checked that, and it's 2 metres. The proposed garage would be 2 metres from the boundary, and then taking the proposed dwelling, the proposed garage to the very corner of Ambleside, the closest corner to the plot would be 4 metres from the garage to Ambleside.
Thank you, Chair. There seems to be a lot of concern from neighbours about loss of light and overshadowing, and I believe that's also affected by the actual height of the buildings and the height of the land. Would you like to comment on that, please?
Yeah, the applicant has submitted detailed sunlight and daylight assessments to us. They do show that the path of the sun at various times of the year, there wouldn't be any greater impact in our view, in our assessment, on the daylight entering the property than there would be at the moment. So it's really the assessment shows the passage of the sun as it tracks around at different times of the year. Along Knights Lane is very mature vegetation, so that already will impact and cause shading. So the images were shown on site. The difference is minimal, and our view is that wouldn't have a detrimental impact on the light entering Ambleside.
Thank you, Chairman. I wonder if I could just get the officers to help me. I'm looking at page 124 of 187. If I could just reflect for a second on what Councillor Sanders was saying, you probably dispute what I say, but it seemed to me he was saying that he appreciated the design and the appearance, but in the wrong place, but some modifications to the appearance of this might be acceptable in this particular street scene. But that apart, on the third paragraph down of 124 187 at the bottom, it is said the property is therefore appreciated for its architectural design. I mean, that I could go with. I think really I like the look of it myself. However, it is necessary to consider whether the proposed development would respond to the local context of buildings and reinforce local distinctiveness. I mean, I know it's rhetorical, and I don't know the answers to that because I didn't go on the viewing, but how would you say that does respond to the local context of buildings and reinforce local distinctiveness, whatever that means? What is local distinctiveness apart from the fact that we have a mix of things? Is that what it means? I mean, forgive me, it's not trying to be clever, I just don't know what that's meant to signify to me in the context of this description.
I think it's possibly answered by the second paragraph down on page 125. So I think the officer sets the context for the assessment, and then in the preceding paragraphs goes on to consider. And in this case, the officer's view is that the design is of a high quality. The size of the building proposed would be comparable to the size of other neighbouring dwellings. And those two things, the high quality of the design and the comparable size, would then respect or would not be harmful to the character of the area. It's acknowledged then that it would introduce a diversity, a different material, but in the officer's view that's already happened by the introduction of tintagel in the street scene, and the use of the timber cladding, which is unique in comparison to other properties, is in the officer's view successful and does integrate into the street scene. So in this case our view is that it does achieve a high quality design through the introduction of different materials and would respect the street scene.
So just a question. I mean, it does seem to me, because I do actually live in this village, not at near this site, but I am familiar with the village design statement because I reviewed it before the council adopted it. The council adopted the village design statement and therefore thinks it makes sense. What we're hearing is that the exemplar we're using, tintagel, conflicts with the village design statement. So this one's okay because this also conflicts with the village design statement. I mean, what weight are we or aren't we giving to the village? Are we saying that if we think it's a good design, we'd ignore the village design statement? Is that what we're saying? Because this appears prima facie, from my remembrance, I haven't looked at the detail, exactly to conflict with the village design statement in its comments about this particular hamlet.
The village design statement is a relevant material planning consideration, but there are a number of different relevant material planning considerations in Policy 1 and the Appendix 13. I think the key in this case, Policy 1, the high standards of design, and should it respond to the local context. And Appendix 13 and the VDS provide the supplementary sort of basis for assessing and making that assessment. In our view, in officers' view, in our opinion, the design is appropriate, the scale is appropriate, and it does respond to the local context. The committee may have a different view in how we've interpreted this design against the planning policy, but the officers' view is that it is high standard.
Thank you, Chair. We've already discussed earlier on what different people's views of high quality design are, and then we were talking about the fireman's tower in the other village. I failed to see how this responds to its immediate neighbours in terms of the street scene, the design of the houses in that lane. It's overbearing, and I think the officers always touch on it themselves and justify it by saying it's good design. But I think it is overbearing in its site itself, and it is overbearing on its immediate neighbours, and quite rightly that's what the village design was trying to do, was to try and give us a steer, not to make everything look the same, but to say within reasonable remits, we shouldn't come up with anything that's too outrageous. So therefore, I couldn't support it. It doesn't respond to its immediate location and the dwellings, and it's overbearing in its plot.
Any other speakers? Summary.
If there's no other speakers, I'm willing to move refusal.
Councillor Miller?
I'll second it.
No other speakers. It's been moved for refusal. If we agree with this, I'll ask those who've moved it and anybody else to comment on reasons for refusal, if you would. Those in favour of refusal? Those against? That's refused. Reasons for refusal? I mean, the village design statement clearly being one of them.
Absolutely. I think we touched on a few of them, and certainly in terms of it wouldn't be appropriate. I don't think it is large. It is bulk. The design doesn't relate to its surroundings. It's overly prominent in its setting, and certainly overbearing on the street scene. That starts to help others.
Anybody got any other comments?
Thank you. I've got a note of that from Councillor Round. Just wanted to check in terms of the reference to overbearing. That's in terms of overbearing on the street scene as opposed to overbearing in terms of impact on amenity of adjoining properties.
Nobody commented on the garage, and I didn't do the site visit, so on tell. But just when I looked at the drawings, the garage seemed to be oddly placed. The overall design. Oh, you're saying both overbearing on the street scene and on the immediate neighbouring dwellings, and I'm getting nods, so the members would like to include that as a reason, another reason for refusal. Do you need to read that back to us? No? If it were overturned and appealed, the conditions are sufficient as they stand. Yeah. So we move on to the next application, if we may. Number 7, Manor Road, Sherborne St John. I have a representation from the Parish Council, Mrs. Stanley. If you'd come forward, please, Mrs. Stanley, thank you. And just
Chairman, as we're not likely to finish this one in 10 minutes, can we move standing orders to completion?
To approve of the moving to continue meeting after 9:30. Those agreed? Agreed. I will suggest in that case a short break in about 5 minutes' time, or at the end of this hearing this application, just a very short one. Not to go and make coffee or anything, just for comfort. Just telling you. Right, if you sit there for a moment, Mrs. Stanley, we'll ask officers to present their report.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for the erection of a 3-bedroom detached dwelling to the front of the site following the demolition of the existing one, and the provision of a semi-detached dwelling to the back, which would provide one 3-bed dwelling and one 1-bed dwelling. If I can bring your attention to the update report and the report of the viewing panel, together with some officers' comment. The officer's recommendation is for approval, but to just bring to your attention that the legal agreement has now been signed, so it will just be subject to the conditions on the agenda paper.
You have 4 minutes, and we'll let you know when you've got a minute left.
Chairman, councillors, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Parish Council. Sherborne St John Parish Council objects to this planning application on the following grounds. First, this proposal is a gross overdevelopment of the site. Instead of one house, there will be 3, a total of 7 bedrooms leading up to perhaps 14 people living on this site. 3 houses can mean up to 5, 6 or more cars. Access. The access to this site, even though it is proposed moving it to a more central location, is still close to the bend in Manor Road and the junction with Cranes Road. With the possibility up to 5, 6 or more cars added to those already in the road, we see an increased risk of accident. There is also the increase of parking on the road near this bend when there are visitors to the residence. Due to sat-nav, etc., Manor Road has become a main thoroughfare in the village, again with an increase of risks. Back garden infill. Whilst we acknowledge that permission has been granted in the past to the erection of houses and back gardens of other houses in Manor Road, despite the objection of the PC, this was done before the recently introduced policy to protect gardens and restricting such development. The character of Manor Road. This proposed development would seriously harm the character of this road. 2 Manor Road is amongst the earliest houses built in Manor Road, and these were small houses built on large plots to provide the residents with the means to grow their own food and have space for leisure. This aspect of Manor Road is sadly increasingly being eroded. This development will have an adverse impact on the surrounding houses. Previously, they will have had a large garden separating them from 2 Manor Road. 3 houses will reduce the space between dwellings. There will be an increase in noise as a result of more cars on the site and a greater number of people living there. There is a fear of loss of privacy. Precedent. If planning permission is granted, this will set a very bad precedent which may lead to many more applications for multiple houses on individual sites in Manor Road. We have already received an application for a terrace of 3 houses on 5 Manor Road, and this site, as you are all aware, has already had more than 10 applications on it in the last few years. Stress on services. There is concern amongst the residents of Manor Road and adjoining roads that these developments are putting a strain on services such as the road, water supply and drainage. Also, many residents in the area have expressed their concern to the Parish Council that Manor Road is now becoming a permanent building site. Lastly, I would ask you to remember that Sherborne St John is a village, and I ask that all applications for Manor Road and other roads in Sherborne St John should be looked at in the context of a village and the subsequent impact each application would have on the character and development of the village. Whilst I note that in the reasons to approve, they state there is no perceived problem with traffic, services, street scene, etc. This is theory. Those of us living in the village are aware of the results of all this in practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the Parish Council members? Thank you very much. In that case, we have Mr. Lassiter in support of the application. Two of you, can we have the other name for the record? Mr. Stoll. And you have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. The application is recommended for approval, and I commend the officer's report, which refers to all the material considerations and reaches the conclusion that the development would be in line with local and national policy and in character with the area. Since the 2000 appeal decision, which was for an outline application for 4 units, the applicant and his agent have worked with the officers in order to address the issues of concern and get on with the development that will provide much needed accommodation, including a 1-bedroom unit that will be much sought after. The 2007 appeal inspector had no issue with the principle of the proposed development, just the quantity. He noted the evolving character of the village and described the then new house to the rear of number 4 as responding sympathetically to the character of the area. We believe the scheme before you this evening will also make a positive contribution to the character of Manor Road and the area generally. Your officers have taken into account neighbour representations, which I have to say are pretty evenly balanced, and the views of the Parish Council and local member who attended the site viewing last week. At the viewing panel, the comment was made that policies have changed since numbers 4 and 6 were developed in similar fashion. Officers have now clarified this to a certain extent, but only in relation to national planning policy guidance and not development plan policy. May I therefore point out that there has been no material change in development plan policy. Numbers 4 and 6 were approved under policy H71, and there is currently an equivalent policy in the current local plan, D5, which permits infill and redevelopment in settlements such as Sherborne St John. That doesn't mean automatic approval, but proposals must be considered in the light of E1 and other relevant policies. That is what your officers have done. I should point out that the village design statement also reflects local plan policy and expresses a preference for small-scale developments and infill to round out the village, and that was a quote. Returning to national guidance, detailed by your officers, the key word, in my opinion, in the PPS and the NPPF is inappropriate. So there's no reason why appropriate infill and or redevelopment should not be permitted. Whether this proposal is appropriate or inappropriate in the context of the adopted policies and guidance must involve a degree of subjective judgment. Your officers have made that judgment and recommendation. I invite you to accept your officer's recommendation and approve the application. Thank you.
Questions to the applicant? Yep, Councillor Round.
You talked very strongly about infill, and I sort of question whether this is infill or backland development. I wonder if you could just sort of comment on that.
Yes, I think it's both. It's infill and it is backland.
Mr. Lester, you mentioned that there was you looked at housing demand, and you've specifically mentioned the one-bedroom dwelling. Can I ask where you got that information from, bearing in mind it must be specific to Sherborne St John?
From the applicant, who's been approached by several people already who would be interested in taking the one-bedroom unit.
Questions? Yeah. No. We have a statement from the ward member, who is limited to 4 minutes.
I feel like his agent tonight. Right. As stated in the officer's report, I believe that Manor Road has suffered considerably from earlier developments in the gardens of 4, 6 and 8 Manor Road, and the street scene has also been adversely affected by the considerable number of bungalows converted into houses or chalet bungalows. The proposed development of 3 houses following the demolition of the existing bungalow not only compounds the adverse impact, but sets a dangerous precedent for further similar development on other sites in the road. As members are aware, there have been a number of applications to redevelop 5 Manor Road. The most recent BDB 77465 to develop 3 houses following demolition of the existing bungalow has recently been refused. I have asked that the update provides a note on the change of government policy on development in rear gardens. The NPPF recognises the role that gardens play in informing the character of an area. Manor Road still retains a large number of bungalows in substantial gardens, and that creates its character. Whilst the existing bungalow and garden look derelict, there is no reason to suppose that both cannot be reinstated to an appropriate standard to maintain the character of the area. Clearly, the large number of objections suggests that local residents want to see this character retained. Members also noted the close proximity of the access to the junction of Manor Road and Cranes Road. On the basis of the above, I hope the committee will refuse the application. However, should that not be the case, I hope that condition 6 will be clarified to ensure that the leylandii in the north of the site are reduced in height and that a 2-metre fence is erected along the boundary to protect the privacy of the homestead, which is the name of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions to officers? None. Comments? None. No. Councillor Round.
Thank you, Chair. I think in general it sort of represents sort of jarring and cramming. It is cramming 3 dwellings into that small plot. I do obviously recognise that there has been a lot of work done on it since the appeal and a lot of consultation with officers. But one of the important things I think is this is the sort of last large plot, and it clearly distinguishes between the smaller plots and what then changes to larger plots. And I think it would be a shame to break that and make that change, especially as this does appear, to my mind, to be cramming of that site.
Thank you, Chair. I find this very difficult because I tend to agree with what Councillor Round has said, but on the other hand, it is a large plot, and I think if you look down the street scene on that left-hand side, probably the street scene has already been destroyed. A sort of precedent has been set. We've already approved some building in Burclere tonight. We've already approved some West End, where it was apparently not very sustainable, but we still approved it on a smaller site. And I think possibly if it went to appeal, we were going to lose it. So I think reluctantly, I would go along with the officer's recommendation here.
I
I was just going to move the recommendation, that was all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should have said ditto at the end of the speech that I read out from Councillor Leek, because I actually do agree totally with what he said. I mean, if you look at this, and we've just been discussing it here, which we probably shouldn't have been, but we were, it also affects the two houses, the Homestead and Four Seasons, which are adjacent. I just, it is, yes, I just think it's too much. It is a very large site, I'll agree, but I'm just not happy with them. There are people who would like one house with a decent garden, or one lovely bungalow, for instance. We're always needing bungalows, which would take up more actual space on the ground. But I just think this is at least one too many, if not two too many. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Not wishing to repeat what Councillor Pluckett has said, but yeah, I feel strongly that the development at the back of Homestead and Four Seasons, in the back of their gardens, will be sort of overbearing on their amenities of their garden, and it really is backland development. And because of the orientation of those two properties, I really do think that it would not be right to place those buildings in an overbearing nature at the rear of those houses. I think it's been moved for approval.
I'm with Councillor Band on this. I mean, I think in terms of consistency of the way we've looked at other infill developments tonight, I'd find it very difficult to refuse this application. And it is, I mean, by my own calculations, I mean, I think it's about a half an acre site, which is substantial and well capable of taking the units that are proposed. And you know, I know the sort of historical references were made to Manor Road as it did used to exist, and I remember it myself, but it doesn't anymore. That street scene that people reflect on has gone a long time ago, and quite frankly, I think this is an appropriate infill development, and I support the officer's recommendation.
My only concern about this is that what we're effectively saying, if you've got any house on a substantial plot, knock it down and build several houses. And that does meet housing need, no question about it. And if the street scene if so much has been allowed on the road that the street scene now says that, you can't defend it on the grounds of the street scene. We do have an application, as I understand it, for number 5, and I've just about worked out where that is. Effectively, we're saying all of those houses should be demolished and the site built on. And that I think is what we're voting for, in favour. Well, we're effectively saying, if we say we can't turn this down because we didn't turn the other down, we're saying exactly that, aren't we? We're saying, come along, build on all these plots. I'm not expressing a view one side or the other. I'm just saying that this is the implication of the line we're taking. Councillor Miller.
I hear what other members have been saying. Okay, we've had infill before, so why not on this one? However, I've been listening to the views of the local community. Local communities, and I think what they say, and in this particular case it's a concerted view, enough is enough. If you go on too far, you completely destroy the character. And if there's an opportunity to draw a line on it, I think this is it. So I'm thinking that the parish, and the parish are quite close to the individual community and individual people within the village itself, and the ward member have expressed what the community think. The answer to that is no.
Well, it's been moved for approval and seconded for approval. Those in favour of approval, please show. Six. Those against? 6. Gosh, I should have voted the other way, shouldn't I?
You voted.
No, I'm sorry. My intention is, when there's a tight thing, is to vote the officer recommendation in general terms, and not my own personal opinion. So I will vote for the officer recommendation. Rather sadly, because my preference is to go the other way. It's therefore just about approved, but I think that the balance there is very clear as a comment to officers that members are not entirely comfortable with this idea of taking down all decent-sized houses on decent plots and replacing them with lots of small dwellings, because the borough does have a need for larger dwellings as well as small ones. I was also, I should have asked this at the beginning, but officers, could you clarify the national policy, which we've always understood had now said you shouldn't develop on gardens unless in exceptional cases, or unless there's very good reason to do so. That doesn't seem to be being followed. Where are we on that?
Okay, if I can just refer you to page 17 of the update. So with the NPPF, as with the previous PPGs and PPSs, has excluded basically gardens from the definition of previously developed land, because previously it wasn't. But basically the NPPF is going on to state, and it was something that the agent picked up on, and they were saying that the local planning authorities should consider the case for setting out policies to resist inappropriate development of residential gardens. We then go on to say that basically as a borough we don't have a policy that acknowledges that, but it doesn't say that you can't redevelop and existing properties and their gardens. It's just saying where it's inappropriate development. So therefore we consider that's each site on its own. In the context, you'd have to look at each site individually. So really, if it's considered that the development is appropriate, then you can have redevelopment of residential garden land.
Thank you very much. It does sound to me as though Her Majesty's government is trying to give a signal, which it doesn't really mean. But that's got nothing to do with this particular application, and isn't an exception to policy. Yeah. We'll take a very short break. If I could ask you to be back within no more than 5 minutes, please. We reconvene the meeting. The next item is number... Oh, the officers just want to have a comment about conditions based on what Councillor Tucker said during the meeting, which I omitted to give them time to do.
Thank you, Chair. This is in relation to the statement that Councillor Tucker read out from Councillor Leek with regards to condition 6. On the update report, we've actually amended it so that it specifically refers to the shared boundary with the neighbouring properties to the north, which is called the homesteads. In addition to Councillor Leek comments, I think it might be worth, if members are minded to have in an informative. I think Councillor Leek said that the leylandi should be reduced in height and a 2-metre fence to be put on that boundary. So we can put that in as an informative to guide the developer as to what we would consider as appropriate on that boundary.
Councillor.
In view of there is a leak and a leak, can we just make sure that he is not implicated because I proposed it or whatever, because I would like him to get the blame for something by a local residents that he has done. Thank you.
What? Oh, right. That it was moved. It was moved by Councillor Leeks in the absence of Councillor Lee. Right. We move on to number 8, land at Manydown Park. We have Mr. Morphy to speak. Thank you. If you'd like to come forward, sir. And officers will present the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for the change of use of an existing agricultural barn to B8 storage for domestic self-storage purposes. Application's retrospective. We visited the site on Friday, and the notes of the viewing panel are within the officer's report. There were some concerns raised on site about the adjacent site, which is currently at an appeal. The update on that is that we have exchanged statements, and we're now waiting for a date of a site visit with the appeal inspector. The recommendation of officers is for approval as set out in the main report, and there's nothing further to add as part of the update.
4 minutes, sir.
Got it. Firstly, I would like to point out that all planning applications should be judged on their own merits. As such, I hope the committee feel they can determine this application in the same manner. The application constitutes the reuse of buildings within the countryside. The application preserves the landscape character and scenic quality of the area. The surrounding roads and access track have adequate capacity for the proposed use and will have no adverse impact on highway safety. The application is supported by policy and has a recommendation of approval by the planning officer. There are no objections from either from the Highways Authority or the landscape officer. There is an objection raised from public rights of way, but it should be noted that the previous use of the site produced no conflict of use between agricultural traffic and public access. The track access in the past has consisted of large agricultural vehicles, tractors, implements. The proposed change of use will provide a reduction in both the number of vehicles and the size of vehicles accessing the site. Access to the site will be provided by the existing track as shown on the submitted plans. We accept that there is a public footpath along part of the access track. However, it should also be noted that the track is not only a footpath but also the primary access to the existing farm buildings and the cottages. We understand that the Parish Council have raised concerns regarding detrimental effects on the residents of the 3 cottages due to traffic passing by their houses due to this proposal. However, those residents have raised no objections to the proposal. In fact, during conversations with the applicant, they have shown some support for the change of use. In regard to the type of traffic accessing the site, this will consist of personal cars and small commercial or self-drive hire vans, as stated in the supporting documents. HGV access is not part of this application, and neither is access to the site from any other access other than that defined in the supporting documentation. The Parish Council also comment on the location of the site as being close to the North Wessex AONB The actual distance to the boundary of that is 1.5 kilometres. They also comment that the development is likely to have a detrimental impact upon the visual amenity. However, a hill sits between both the ANOB and the site that completely obscures the view of the site from the ANOB. One point on that is that this application is for a change of use of an existing building. It's not construction of a new one. The building's been in place for over 20 years, so there's no change in the visual impact. From looking at the comments
You have 1 minute.
From looking at the comments that have been made by the parish council, they simply seem to have applied previous objections from a different application without taking into account the scale and the possible impact of this application. We feel that in this application itself, we feel that we've addressed all of the concerns of the parish council and feel that the application should be determined on its own merits. Thank you.
Members, any questions to the applicant? Councillor Miller, then Councillor Potter.
Yes, I have one. When we went on the viewing panel, and bearing in mind we've seen the routing of the access to this site, we came against a controlled gate that went into the previous site, which is under appeal. If somebody was coming to your site, proposed site on this particular application, how would they gain access through that gate? I just couldn't see why you've got an open road that skirts the particular site, and then yet they come through a gate that's controlled that goes out of another gate that gets to your site.
Yeah, currently there is a gate between the two sites, but the application is designed to get the clients through the existing farm buildings into the far site. They will use, at the moment, they will use the controlled gate, but depending on determination of the appeal, that may need to change. But it will still be using the same access, whether it's a controlled gate or not.
I just wanted to check with the applicant. I mean, I'm grateful for his reminder that we should consider this application on its merits, but having regard to the changes that you're continually undertaking in respect of agricultural building, is there a chance we will get an application one of these days that isn't a retrospective one?
From myself or my clients? I'm sure they will make a normal application in the future.
Thank you. Sorry, I may have misheard you. Did you mention how long the building had been there? Was it 20 years, did you say?
The buildings in that area have been over 20 years. It's always been a farmstead, always been agricultural buildings in that area.
But that particular barn is not 20 years old, is it? It looks quite young.
No, the barn is about 20 years old. The cladding on the outside of the barn's probably 6 months, so it's been reclad, but the building itself has always been
there. Questions to officers? With you, draw, please. Questions to officers? Yeah. Councillor Bound.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention there. On paragraph 123 of page 167, it talks about an unfettered B8 use could occupy the premises and operate in an entirely different and potentially more intensive way. Would that require planning permission?
No, it would not, because the recommendation is to impose a condition. It's number 2 of the set out within the main paper, to say that it's limited to domestic self-storage and no other purpose within a Class B8 use. So we're limiting, it is a B8 use, but we're limiting it to domestic self-storage only and not to any other general B8 use.
I thought you were implying that even if we turned it down, it could still be used for unfettered B8 B8 use. I've misread it, have I?
No, if the lawful use of the building is agricultural, any change to B8 would require planning permission under current policies. So if this application was turned down, then the applicant may well appeal, but they would have to apply for any other alternative use that wasn't agricultural and seek planning for it.
Thank you, Chair. Page 168 of 187, the third paragraph, line 6. And that no objection to this application has been received by any neighbouring property. Can I just confirm that officers would, put minimal weight on that statement, and it is just a statement, because, the fact that nobody's complained isn't a good reason to support or put massive weight on, and especially in a rural location. And having said all of that, I feel that that's part of our job and the job of the planners, which is to look after planning policy.
Yeah, the reason for that was that the environmental health officer recommended a condition that was seeking to reduce the hours that the site's currently been operating, and they've been operating, I think, since March 2012. April 2012. So they've been operating for a year. During that time, there has been no complaint to environmental health. There's been no objection to this application from a neighbouring property. So I felt it would be unreasonable to to condense the hours that they currently operate on from the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. that they operate. I couldn't see that would be a reason to greater restrict those hours.
Thank you for that. I feel that we should beg to differ strongly then, because I think it is really, really not our place to not put in reasonable controls, even though there hasn't been a complaint.
Just to clarify that the recommendation is that it should be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 7 days a week. That's the recommendation. Thank you. Paul? Thanks.
Coming back to the frequency of use and there's the fact that B8 personal storage, should we consider the frequency of the visits that have been put in by the applicant as being rigid? Because I think what a few people are concerned about is that's just guidance. Because any more frequent visits to this particular site on this application may well generate complaints. Because I read this, and the frequency of visits, to my mind, if it stayed at that level, I don't really have a problem. But if it's unfettered use, that starts to worry me greatly. And if it increased, and the question was asked by another member, would they have to come back for further planning application? And I understood you said no.
They would need to seek planning permission to change away from the domestic self-storage to another B8 commercial storage and distribution use within the B8 use class. Within the condition recommended, there isn't a limit on how many trips. If it's in domestic use, storage use, commercial storage use, there's not a recommended limit on how many number of times that the person that rents a unit could visit that unit. But the nature of the storage use isn't intended to be a frequent use. You would put your items of storage in the building and visit it occasionally throughout the year. It's not meant to be the type of activity that you would then visit on a daily, weekly, monthly, even basis.
Okay, now I understand from that, is it not intended, but it could be every day, depending on what people put in the storage. That's what I'm trying to get at. And that would change the whole essence of what's going on here.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. The point being made is that the condition restricts it to a particular type of storage use. Yes, it could be used intensively every day. It could be visits every day. I think the point being made is that the likelihood of, given the type of use it's being restricted to, is the element of control. We can't control, if you like, the number of visits each day. The one thing we can control is the nature of the use, and through that you're effectively giving some weight to the fact that that type of use generally wouldn't have something visiting every day, but it could do.
It's good practice. I have 4 minutes. You have, yes. Yes. All right. Can I get going? Thank you very much. He says, I would like members to read the objection by Wootton St Lawrence Parish Council set out on page 162. Members, go on, look at it. Members are aware that they refuse the retrospective application BDB 76347 for the continued use of the adjacent site for storage of caravans and boats in the open and for storage of household goods in buildings and containers. That refusal has been appealed, but no decision has yet been received and the site continues to be marketed. I don't think it's the site that's marketed, is it? It's the use. But anyway, marketed and used actively. At the time, I drew the current site to the attention of officers and members as it was clear that the building was already being used for similar purposes. Officers advised that the two sites could not be linked. However, the current application proposes that access to the building be by way of a track through the adjacent site. That is clearly proposed to avoid the suggestion that vehicles taking a more normal route to the building would have to pass the 3 cottages close to the site. Those cottages abut the track and additional traffic would clearly cause noise, pollution and potentially damage to the detriment of the residents. Excuse me. On the site visit, the officer suggested that the use of the building could generate 400 vehicle journeys per week. That is in addition to the traffic generated by the current adjacent site. As members will see on page 163, the Hampshire County Council Rights of Way officer objects to the proposal because the potential impact on those using the track as a footpath, Wootton St Lawrence footpath number 17B, reason 2 for refusing application BDB 76347 was the level of traffic generated by the use of the site, together with the type and size of vehicles using the track, which was considered of insufficient width for 2 large vehicles to pass. Sorry, I'm going to lose my voice altogether in a minute. The anticipated volume of traffic to and from the site, the subject of the current application, would in itself raise a similar concern. Although the applicant is proposing the use of the track through the adjacent site, it is highly likely that vehicle drivers would ignore that route and take the easier option past the 3 cottages. Furthermore, if the appeal on BDB 76347 is dismissed, there is no guarantee that the track through the site would be available. In the circumstances and in the interest of consistency, the application should be refused. Should members be inclined to accept the officer's recommendation, I trust they will amend condition 3 to reflect the recommendations of the Environmental Health Officer set out on page 163 as to the hours of operation. Thank you.
The ward member said quite a lot of what I was going to say. I'd just like to add, and first is a question of the office, or if anybody knows, the 3 cottages that are there, are they part of the Mannydown estate? Because that may be why they wouldn't want to complain against their own people. I don't know. The problem that I've got is I know we've got to do the 2 applications separate, but the access is still the same. So I'm going to talk about the access. And as far as I'm concerned, if we refused the access on the first application as being too much, why would we accept this that will bring even more traffic? And it would mean that we're not being consistent. And my fear is that they could then, at the appeal, turn around and say, well, they've said it's okay, and use that against them in the appeal. If it was wrong with the first application because that was too much traffic, to add more is wrong. So, no, I absolutely am against this application.
Thank you, Chair. If we look at reason for approval 2, it describes it, preserves the landscape character and scenic quality of the area. It can't. It's a warehouse. It's got shutter doors on it. It's a small business units. How can that and the associated yard? How can that preserve the character of the scenic quality of the area? These buildings are deep into agricultural land, deep into it, and therefore the passing of traffic up and down that right of way is not a suitable reuse of an agricultural building. And I therefore feel that reasons 1 and reason 2 for approval, it can't be said that way, and it has to be said that it is inappropriate use, and I would like to move refusal.
I'm going to give myself permission to speak for a moment. The question of the amount of traffic is an interesting one. There are two ways of looking at this. One is I'm a householder in a small dwelling with a reasonably large garden, so I have a pretty upmarket lawnmower. And my wife tells me to get this damn thing out of the way, so I go and rent storage and put my lawnmower in and bring it out in the spring, take it back in the autumn. 2 trips, no problem at all. On the other hand, who's most likely to use this sort of facility? I'm a painter and decorator, and my wife says, get all these ladders and brushes and pots of paint and wallpaper and all that paraphernalia out of the house. It's cluttering the place up. The neighbours are complaining. So I rent this place, put my pots of paint in it, and I visit it twice a day. Now, who is the more likely user of such a facility? Okay, I pack up and go and live in Honolulu land, and I put my household contents, but I wouldn't use this for that. It's not that sort of thing, and if I did, I'd use Pickfords, who'd produce a great big Pantechnicon. But so yeah, and take my mower with me. But I think it is conjectural that you say what would the use be, depending on who you think is the most likely customer. And I think the idea that you can only assume it's going to be very modest amount of traffic is potentially a mistake. We've had it. Anybody else want to speak volubly about this? We had it. There's been a motion to refuse, but I haven't heard anybody second it. Councillor Frankham will second it. Those in favour of refusal? And we'll ask for your reasons. That's carried. Reasons for refusal? Well, those against? It was carried. As long as you don't want yourself noted as having. You would. We note that Councillor Leeks, with an S, please, has voted against refusal. Reasons for refusal, please. Councillor Frankham.
Well, for a start, I think we've got to quote the highways, I think. Right of way. Also the impact that we'd have on the amenities of the people that live in the cottages, because they're going to have a lot more traffic. And I just don't think it's not appropriate. It's not an agricultural use. In the sense it's an agricultural area, it's not an agricultural use. But I'm sure that others will come up with some more technical than me.
Well, I think Councillor Rome was right in what he was saying, and I mean, I'm sure our officers must despair of us on occasions, but I think simply what we need to do is convert the positives to a negative, because from what we're all saying, I think it doesn't constitute the reuse of a suitable building, it doesn't preserve the landscape character and scenic quality, etc. I think we just, with officers' support as usual, just need to change those reasons for approval into reasons for rejection, as a refusal. Together with, and I think and I wasn't being facetious when I said it to councillors, I had read what one parish council had said in this regard, and I'd have concerns, genuine concerns about that traffic that is going to flow to this development, and the context. In this context, the prospect of monitoring that in any way, regulating that in any way, I think is quite frankly pie in the sky. And I think the dangers that go with that, for the very, sort of examples you've quoted, Chair, in terms of the more likely use of these types of buildings, and I think that's much more realistic, would, I think, be an intrusion in regard to that rural area, really, in regard to the traffic use that's going to go with it. So I think we've got a number of things there that can be formed into reasons for refusal.
Councillor Bound and Councillor Round. David, your line, please.
Just briefly, Chair. I mean, can you have a reason for refusal about an access which isn't actually proposed? The proposed access was through the yard, which is the subject of appeal. Can you be talking about an access which is completely different? Isn't that conjecture? They might go that way. I mean,
The most obvious road access is what you're. Could be on the webcast. It was raised by members earlier. They're concerned that the most obvious route for somebody visiting the site is to go round in front of the cottages, because that's the road access as opposed to the track access. And is obviously the obvious route, because the other one wiggles around and goes to a place which is quite difficult to negotiate. I suppose the answer would be that if it was approved, one could recommend a condition that access is stopped, and therefore you cannot get into the site off that road, because that is not the proposed access. You could make that, or only the farm, or only the owners could get. The question is, can you make a condition? I mean, if we're refusing it, we're not making conditions, we're making reasons for refusal. And the reason for refusal is that the likelihood that the most obvious traffic route will be used. Is that what you're seeking? Is? I'm not getting blank look.
No, sorry, I was just talking about having a reason for refusal, that they might go round by the cottages.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But that wasn't part of the planning application. The planning application was to go through the yard.
Yeah. Councillor Round, we'll get back to it. If you're not satisfied, we'll come back to it, because I was trying to get to that. I've obviously failed.
Thank you, Chair. I think when we were talking, when we're talking about access, we are talking about the long access right of way from the main highway all the way through to the site. So we're saying that access is inappropriate for, they're gone, those white vans, those vans to go up and down and find. I think we could also say we are concerned that vehicles will also divert in front of the dwellings. But the main concern about access is the fact that these agricultural buildings are deep into the agricultural land, and the length of the travel they have to take from the highway along that right of way, where you'll get people walking and leisurely trying to enjoy themselves in the open countryside. So I think we have to be strong about the fact that sometimes you can reuse buildings when they have reasonable access, but these buildings are deep into the agricultural land, and they're in the wrong place. And what we've created there, if we go back to the picture with the van, we've created industrial yard with industrial units with shutters, etc., etc., and that is an inappropriate development for an agricultural site.
Suggested, it seems to me, is wholly inappropriate traffic to attract into the depths of the countryside. And therefore the use proposed is wholly inappropriate in the depths of the countryside, away from all main routes. And it's basically the idea that the change of use is inherently inappropriate, and I think that should be one of the reasons for refusal. I'd quite happily argue with that and appeal. Yeah, there's no evidence to say that this is not available anywhere else in the borough on a main road. Our officers now would like to speak about enforcement. So it's refuse and enforce.
That's right. Because it's a retrospective application, members would also need to confirm that we can take enforcement action. Given that the individual units are tenanted out, obviously those tenants would need to be given a period of notice in order to find an alternative location for their possession. So I can't recall specifically the time, but I think it was 6 months on the previous delegation by members to cease the use of the site.
I hear what you're saying. I think you're right. But having said that, we should take into consideration this is a much smaller unit, so there will be less work. So it certainly shouldn't be any more than 6 months, in my opinion.
I think 6 months was because there was things like caravans and boats, and this has just got contents inside 4 units, and I don't know whether they've got anything in there. Probably haven't got anything in there already, but it's not going to take so long to do that. And I don't know if the 6 months, if the 3 months would run alongside, or are they? Because I do believe they're the same company, so, or are they different companies? I'm not really sure.
The thing is, if it was appealed, it would start to run from when the appeal was refused. I mean, it's an existing use, so it's not unlikely this appeal would follow that appeal. I guess if the existing appeal is refused, the owner might be less likely to appeal against this one. But we can't judge that. I mean, it seems to me that while you could make an argument that a shorter period is appropriate, my instinct says the sound thing to do, which couldn't be questioned much, is to say the same as whatever it was on the last one. Yeah, I think so. Anything else? No? Thank you. Officers, happy? Yes, it was commented, by the way, by the applicant that this is the cladding and etc. of the building had only been done 6 months ago. So the users haven't been there very long, have they? But that's irrelevant, probably. We move on to the final application, which is in Ashmansworth. I am the ward member. And do we have a speaker? And we have Mr. Haig and Mr. Dowling, if you've had the patience to stay with us all this long, and I'm very sorry you've waited so long. And if you just sit there for a second, and we'll ask officers to present their report.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. This is an application for a replacement garage, single-storey extension with accommodation in the roof and a basement, together with a single-storey extension to the north-east end, which is an amendment to a previous scheme, and also the creation of a new access following the demolition of existing garages and sheds. If I could bring your attention to the update report. Members viewed the site. On the update, we refer to an email that we've received from the agent seeking a change to the condition which required the closure of the existing access. Officers have addressed their comments there, but we're of the view that the existing access should be closed and stopped up, and only the new access be proposed. This is what was proposed on the original scheme. This is what residents have been consulted on. So the officer's recommendation is to stick with the conditions on the agenda report, and the officer's recommendation is for approval.
Gentlemen, you have 4 minutes.
Good evening, councillors and chairman. I'm Hugo Haig and I'm the applicant. I don't intend to say anything this evening except to be here to answer any questions, and I'd like to pass you immediately to Frank Dowling, who's our conservation consultant. Good evening, chair and members. May I take you back 17 years ago when the original house came to this committee for determination, and as your then conservation officer, I was asked to comment on the design of the house then in relation to its impact on the Ashmansworth conservation area, where there's a need to preserve or enhance the character or appearance of the area. The design of the original house took its traditional materials, details and forms, and reworked them in a, I thought, refreshing and dynamic way. It's not merely a pastiche of a historic building. I thought the design was stunning and would enhance the conservation area. The members approved the application, and the building now even rates a mention in PETA. The proposed extension before you has been designed by the original architect and is of the same high quality as the existing building. It's quite large, but still very clearly subservient to the original building, and it occupies a plot ratio of about 17% when extended. That's to say, the total floor area of the building covers about 1/6 of the site. Mention is made in the report, the officer's report, about the dormers and the glazed link. There are dormers approved on the existing building and on the proposed extension, and indeed many other dormers elsewhere in Ashmansworth. Excuse me. The ones on the proposed scheme are well designed and would not, I think, look out of place on the extension. The glazed link is discreet. It's recessed back from both the front and rear walls of the existing building and would only be visible in the narrow gap where the new access is on front of the existing building, and then you have an oblique view of the glazed link with the proposed extension behind it, framing it. Overall, this extension is entirely in keeping with the design of the existing host building, and therefore I think preserves the appearance of the site and the character of the conservation area. I note in the report that there's no mention of the fact that we're demolishing the existing garage, which is out of character with the conservation area, and we're also stopping up the existing access and landscaping it. I've read the update report, and should the members be minded to approve this application, I note that the officer is saying it's not possible to amend condition 7. It may be that the request was not worded very clearly to amend it, but the reason we want to amend it is because once the proposed access is built, that would be used by the family, and the existing access would be used to bring in the building materials and the works, and then it would be stopped up. So it seems to me that if one could just change one word in condition 7, where it says 1 month, could we have 6 months? Thank you.
Members have any questions for the applicant? No, thank you both very much. I'm the ward member. There are 4 residents have written opposing it, and 4 residents have written in support of it, and the parish council hasn't, as far as I'm aware, chosen to comment, which means that they don't mind it. In my view, it's perfectly respectable enhancement to the existing dwelling, which is indeed was controversial when first proposed, is now fully accepted as being quite a nice house in the middle of the village. I'd be very strongly in favour of changing access, because it is an awkward place to come out of, although Cross Lane is not terribly heavily used, simply because it's quite a dangerous way of getting on and off the main road. I see no strong reasons to do other than agree with the officer's recommendations on this. Members' questions for officers? No? Members' discussion points? Which Graham?
Yeah, I think I would like to ask if we can make that amendment to condition 7, and on that basis I would be happy to move for approval.
Councillor Miller?
Oh, sorry.
I'm I'm just going to say one thing. I will second the motion for approval. We went on the site visit, keep going back to site visits, I was very impressed at the kind of style and design of the house. It's very similar to the kind of style that I would like to live in personally. You know, it's private, it's completely surrounded. And I think it was the applicant's wife who was there at the time, and she explained why they wanted to do what they wanted to do. And yes, I think this design is very suitable for the particular site. It will clear up that odd garage that's off to one side and have it integral with the house design. I have no problem in seconding the motion.
Members, it would make sense for the construction traffic to have access through the existing site. It's just a question of how long you allow for it to be stopped up.
If I can come back to you first before the highway officer speaks to you. I think the amended wording that they're suggesting, I think if there was one word that was changed, then we would be happy with it. They've written, or we've got written down here, that that the existing site access should be stopped up, abandoned or reinstated, which tended to imply with us that they wanted the option to go back to reuse it. I think it should be and reinstated in accordance with the scheme, so that it tallies with the one that we've suggested in the report. I'll leave it to the highways officer to speak to you about whether it's acceptable to have it still open whilst the construction people are using it during the construction period.
I did think the word reinstated was open to misinterpretation. Reinstated to me means putting it back the way it was, whereas what I think we want to do is to repair the boundary in a consistent way with the rest of the boundaries. Is that what we mean by reinstated? So in other words, because before the house was built, there's probably no boundary there in the first place, so we want the boundary completed where the existing access is. We want the boundary reinstated.
Yeah, it's that the access should be stopped up, abandoned and reinstated. It's basically that the hedging is put back in. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, this consultation came up this morning. Indicated that in principle the use of the access for 6 months would be acceptable, but also acknowledging that this is the inferior access they want to use. We've already mentioned that it is less safe than what is proposed as the primary access, and therefore for the extended duration they're proposing that we use the existing conditions plus some enhancements to ensure we've got appropriate management of vehicles reversing or whatever using that access.
Right, members happy for officers to word that. Councillor Leakes.
Are we talking about 6 months from the commencement of the building? It could take 2, 3, 4 months before they start building.
We've the standard condition about a construction method statement. Until we've got the details from that, we don't know exactly what their schedule will be.
I think I understand what he's saying. We've said in here, this is tedious, isn't it? We've said in here, in timing in relationship to the completion of the new access, haven't we? Well, they can choose when they complete the new access. They could do the entire development and then complete the new access, and then so it's really in their hands. And all we're saying is within 6 months of finishing the new access, they must stop that up. But meanwhile, the assumption is that the site traffic will come in through the existing access, and therefore there would be some standard conditions regarding vehicles turning, parking, moving, and so forth. Are we happy for those standing conditions? The standard set of conditions on that? Yes?
What I'm saying is that in addition to what we've got in the report, my suggestion this morning was to have an enhancement so we specifically talk about management of construction vehicles using the access of that site during those 6 months. And we refer to the existing proposed condition as well, that there's no occupation of the new part of the dwelling until the new access is completed.
Members happy with all that? That's approved. Do you need to say anything, officers? No, other than what we just said. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience and attendance. We haven't done something? Oh, I beg your pardon. Right, those in favour? Right, approved.